J43R underscore was first.
J43R underscore. Easy first. Let's go. What up, Eugene? Okay, so testing out actual boards to see how the squares feel when you're actually like planning around them as things instead of as like conceptual stuff. I need to find a way. I wonder if there'd be a way in the bingo program to like pop out just the board part instead of the whole thing, so that I can not have it cover my whole second monitor. Because like otherwise I have to make it smaller and then it messes up my whole formatting of my cropping. Also, chat. You do not get to be on screen today. It's a bingo day. That's a no. That's a no chat on stream day. You know? No. That is also it's going to be really hard for me to see notifications of who subs and stuff day. So, yeah. Rest in rip. Okay. Can't believe my favorite game, Sekiro, No Defeat, is getting an anime. I know, right? Honestly, I don't even care that it's getting an anime. I don't... it's like, whatever. But it getting an anime means FromSoft hasn't forgotten about Sekiro. Maybe in the future they'd do a Sekiro 2. I'm just saying. It's still probably never going to happen. It's still probably under 10% to ever happen. But at least now it's only like under 10% instead of before where it was like under 2%. I think if before the anime came out, I'm like, nah, the odds are basically zero. But now it's like, well, it's still not likely, but maybe. Long time no see. Yeah, I haven't streamed in 100,000 hours, I guess. Mechanics-wise, they should do something with them. Right? Right? That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying. Be Sekiro Universe Game 2. Sure, I don't even care about the Sekiro universe. It could even just not be Sekiro 2, but just... we made another game that involves the combat mechanics of, you know, advanced rock, paper, scissors. That's all I want. All I want is, it so hard for a game to have advanced rock, paper, scissors? Where if the enemy does a regular attack, you do a deflect. If the enemy does a thrust attack, you do a Mikiri counter. If the enemy does a sweep attack, you do a jump stomp. And if the enemy does a grab, you do a dodge. Is that such a hard combat system to emulate? It really doesn't feel like it should be. Oh, what a broken Lobo Gaming. Where all of those have, you know, some timing to get them right, but none of them are particularly strict as long as you properly recognize what attack the enemy is doing. Like, oh, it's so good. Bloodborne 2 or Sekiro 2? Sekiro 2, easily, by a million times over. You could offer me Bloodborne 2, 3, and 4. Or just Sekiro 2, I'm taking Sekiro 2. And no stamina. Yeah, instead, posture. Right? Instead, a system that specifically is like, here is your punishment for doing something wrong, instead of stamina, which is, here is your punishment for doing something right. It's so much better of a system. Bingus! So Bun, I'm new to speedrunning and just got a big PB on Night Rain. Let's go. Realized I started stream on the new game screen, so you didn't show your game version. Is that in the... Is that in the rules? I guess it must be if you're... That's a rule for Night Rain. Oh. To be honest, if you submit it anyway, put that in a note. Especially if you showed it at the end. Which, by the way, that's what I always do. I don't know if you have this habit, but always at the end of a run, I will quit out, back to the main menu, go to load game, and look at the in-game time in-game to, like, see it and show it for myself. If you did that at the end, and you put that in your submission, and you make a note that says, I'm sorry I did not show the game version at the start, I show it at the end. Given that this is a new board that came out, and presumably you don't have world record, they might just be like, oh, that's fine, and accept it. And even if you didn't show game version, it's possible, although maybe an outside chance, that they might accept it anyway. Sometimes when boards are new, mods will have a little leeway. I think the Souls mods tend to have less leeway than other mods, so maybe not, but you can always try submitting it, and if they reject it, you can say, well, oh well. At least I tried. Great call, thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. And that's just a habit. That's not even for, like, verification purposes. That's just I want to see the load screen time. But, yeah, that's just me. Oh, anyway. Let me load up the save file. Bingo test. Why are there two files on this file? Did I have two files on my file? Why is there a file from 2024 on this? Weird. 2:36:42, so at least try to upload. Oh, wow. That's a really good time, yeah. Okay, let's check that the save worked. It did. So should be able to start up the bingo and then... So randomize a new board and then start the timer. And then should be ready to try out some thinking about lines. So we'll start with a one line. When I finish one line, we will pause the timer so that we get an idea of how long a one-line bingo match might take. I expect it to be pretty quick. Then we can restart with a new board and try to do 2 lines, restart with a new board and try to do 3 lines, and then restart with the final board and try to fill out the whole thing so we can get an idea of how long each of those might take, although obviously it'll be board dependent, but as a baseline estimate, it wouldn't be a terrible estimate. So we can start with that. See the Sekiro anime they're releasing. I did see that. Excited for the Sekiro anime. To be honest, like a little, I guess. Not like overly, but I'm more excited for it, what it means that FromSoft has not completely abandoned Sekiro, and so maybe they'll do more to make another game in the future, or DLC or something. Probably not, but that's what I'm more excited for. Anyway, it looks all right. Yeah, it looks fine. I'll watch it probably, and I'll probably be like, oh, that's cool. But, like, I already know the story. I'm not expecting it to be anything, you know, I don't know before. Although maybe it'll have some cool stuff. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe it'll be awesome. Assuming they'll time it with a new release. I'm assuming they won't, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right. So if I start match, Get the timer. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, so then we would have 3 minutes to plan. Genichiro Ashina Castle is pretty quick. That's a bad one. Kotaro Either Pinwheel isn't bad. Lady Butterfly isn't so bad. 5,000. Oh, 2 ogres takes you to night, though. That's not a great one. So Shuriken is easy. We could do this line as a possibility. As far as I know, they have the same Japanese voice actors in the anime. Ooh, cool. An owl is kind of slow. Died of Mist Noble wouldn't be bad. Red Eyes, while Red Eyes isn't so bad. That one's not so bad. Headless Ape is a little bad, though. Attack power to 6 is doable. Snapseed, both Corrupted Monk. Undead Socket. That one's not bad either. What about the other diagonal? Eavesdrop, Persimmon, Lady Butterfly, Prayer Bead, Touch for Remnants? That one's not bad. Two Shichiman Warriors is like, you just have to deal with the weirdness of it, but otherwise, honestly, is not that bad at all. The Persimmon, I'd have to do that either way. I think I'm gonna go with this line. It feels not bad. 5,000 Sen is probably the toughest thing there. And then we have to do the Mask Fragment after. Because obviously you couldn't do the Mask Fragment first. And the Mask Fragment costs 5,000. I think this is fine. I just need to know where to get 5,000 money. Well, like 7,500, or I would have to go to, we're gonna be in Fountainhead, so we could get the carp scales instead. Wouldn't be too bad. We could even get, how many carp scales could we get reasonably? I think we can get enough. It's 7 that's needed for the thing. Let's try this line. Let's see how this line goes. Okay. Sekiro gets an anime. It could get a second game. Onimusha also got an anime, and there'll be an Onimusha 5. That's... It's possible. It's definitely possible. Go! Okay, so I'm gonna start with Shuriken and the Harada Bell. Because I think we're going to use Harada in order to save ourselves a bunch of carp scales. And then we're just going to need to think about all of the money I could possibly get. That's going to be our biggest thing. How do we get as much money as possible, as fast as possible? Enough. Don't remember the thing of the Juzo encounter. Which thing? Okay, think about money. Where is money along the way? I know there's 400 I can pick up here, which obviously is not enough, but more money better. Hope the Sekiro anime gets 1 hour boss runbacks just like the game. There's like hardly any boss runbacks in Sekiro. It's so not run-backy. Okay, so there is money on this roof. Okay. So now we can go... Oh, wait, I do have to keep going this direction because in order to give the Divine Child a persimmon, I have to get to the Divine Child, and we don't have the mod made yet. I was thinking about the mod where we could skip a lot of this, but you can't. So I should have continued on to Ogre because we need to do Ogre. We need to do... Gyobu in order to talk to Tengu, and so on. There is also some money along the way, so it's not the worst thing. Engage the Juzo encounter with Blue, and he survives is a square. Yep. That's a funny one. I like that one. Okay. I don't think there's any money around here. There is a Divine Confetti that we're going to want for Shichiman. So we'll grab that on the way through. Oh, that's just pellets. Technically, I could sell pellets for money, but not by a lot. They're like 10 each or something for selling. There's snap seeds over there, but I don't think it's any money. There is money that we would normally buy firecrackers with over here by Gyobu, so that's good. I'm gonna take it a little safe, get a high-end estimate for a bingo match of like what if you grabbed important idols along the way just in case. Was okay. Not bad. Okay, so that we need for Ishin, then we can head straight to Genichiro. I don't even need to go over and get the idol over there, because we don't need Bull. I'm going to save money buying the persimmon by talking to the Divine Child first before trying to get the persimmon. Okay, so now we use that memory and we head straight to Ashina Castle. Not having to go through Bull. I wonder if Divine Grass sells for any meaningful amount of money. Probably not. I suppose if we needed money, we could always farm at the dojo. I think that's the best early game farming spot. So I'm gonna go and grab that idol just in case. Oh, given that we need to kill... Oops. The Shichiman warrior anyway, there's a 1,000 we can get there as well. We've got at least 2,000 so far that we've got planned out. The bite down is also pretty easy in the abandoned dungeon. Hyped about anime today. Finally beat all the gauntlets except the last one. Well, get on it. It's the coolest one. Ah, just out of range. Should have known. Demon Bell, Deathless, feeling great about yourself. Let's go. I mean, I know. I guess they don't have to be deathless. I guess you could always die and revive, but nice. The plans for Sekiro bingo tournament, or is this just for fun? Right now, just for fun. If it becomes a bingo tournament, that would be cool, but... Oh, whoops, I have to... Darn subtitles. Ruining my speed. You're still doing Sekiro fun content? Fun to watch all these years later. I mean, it is a goated game. Xbox can only record to external drive up to 1 hour. Have to be fast about the last one. Ah. Yep, see, this is why you PC game. Hesitate and you'll lose. Thank you, Ishin. Okay, I still need to find some more money. There's some in the dojo. It's like 600 that I can think of in the dojo. But that's not like a lot. Maybe picking a money one was a bad call. Bingo grid font is a bit too small. Have to full screen to see what's on it. I mean, that's as big as it can get. I can't do anything about that. Like, if it's bigger, then stuff just doesn't fit on it at all. Like, the amount of text for some of the squares is too much. Like, it would be nice. What you would like is to have it, you know, like a broadcaster on like a bingo tournament could have it. Okay, well, never mind. Yeah, because you have, yeah, the 5,000 is the... But, like, I would have to have it basically over gameplay or make my gameplay smaller if you wanted the board to be any bigger. I guess I don't need to grab the bite down now because I'm going to come back later for Shichimen, but... Everything you know about anime is against your will. Yes. And I'm pretty sure none of these are money, but... No, one of them is. This one is 100. Not a lot, but 1/50th of what we need. It helps. It adds up. Yo, what up, massively big? Yeah, so we have the shuriken prosthetic. I don't need to like fit it. Oh, I could have actually fit it. And gotten the skill book for mid-air combat arts at the same time already. We can still do that after like monkeys. It just would have been a little faster to do it right away. Oops. And that's even like what you would have done in Shura glitchless, so I don't even have an excuse. Got done staining a deck. Oh. Don't think any of the things in here are money, but just to double check. Sugar and shard, yeah. Technically everything's money because everything can be sold, but... Staining a deck. So a deck is made out of wood, and staining it is using a material called a stain that you use on the deck that makes it look nice and or protects it from the elements. A deck is made of wood. Yep. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. Exactly in the corner. All right, whatever. Roberto. Ah. That is probably a ceramic shard. But imagine it's money. Oh, strap magnetite. I think that actually sells for an okay amount. I feel like I just pick up everything along my way just so I can sell it all. Can you stain a ceramic shard? Probably. We could kill these 3 guys here for the 1,000. Okay. Not bad. So this will give us access to the Divine Child. We actually... Since we now have access to the Divine Child, we get the persimmon for free. So we can just do that right away. Not that it matters, particularly the order we do things in. But I think we do that now. And then I think we... Oh, I should have talked to her immediately for some rice, because you have to eat it and warp away and warp... That would have been smarter. Oh, well, we're here now. Okay. Pick a random line or the one you think is fastest. The one I think is fastest. And I could be wrong. I just looked at them and it felt like the one that was probably fastest. The only thing that feels slow on it is the 5,000 sen, but... Give me the rice. Okay, important that I equip that so that I can eat it quicker. I can head back to the dilapidated temple. We can fit the shuriken prosthetic. Mass Fragment looks really tough to get with the 5,000 sen to waste. That's fine. Yeah, I agree. That's definitely the longest one on the line, but... Okay, so that is fit the shuriken prosthetic. So we can go back to the sanctum. We can talk to her one more time, eat the rice again, but then actually not like immediately complete this. We can do it piecemeal. And in between, we can go and try to get more money or kill the Shichiman warriors. So let's start with... Oh, I need more divine confetti, though. I'm actually gonna go... Is this a strange decision? I think I'm gonna go... I think I'm supposed to just fight him with one, and it should be enough. 1 plus Akko. The only problem is I can't interrupt his starting attack, so... Yeah. The mask actually, sorry, I can get that with treasure carp scales. I don't need to spend money on it, so that one's kind of fine. Ooh, okay. To wait for his field of terror to disappear. That's fine. Nice. One Shichiman down. And this also gives me access to a 1000 right here. Does the Fountainhead NPC count as an ogre? No. He may have the ogre moveset, but he is not an actual ogre, IMO. Wait, do I need to head down here? Was there money down here? Maybe not. All I need is a Shichiman warrior, which we can get in Fountainhead, and money. I don't think there's money down here. I just kind of continued on from the Shichiman, but... Okay, as far as... Ooh, though, to get the other Shichiman, we're gonna want... swimming. Oh, this was a bad line. I forgot that we want swimming to get to that other Shichiman. Yeah, I think I messed up with the line. Oh, well, we'll continue. So if I do need swimming, then might as well just go do that now. I do have Mortal Draw equipped. Don't have jumping combat arts, though. No! Oh, doing that without attacks in between messes up my timing so badly. All right. It's fine. Snake Eyes, dead. I should have attacked so that I could have better timed it for myself. But I was like, oh, all I need here is the deflect, and then I win. So there's no reason to attack, but my timing is bad. If I don't have attacks to help, like, guide me. What's around the headless down here? I don't think it's money. This actually might be, though. This might be money. Nope. Ceramic shard. Any item you pick up, 50-50 chance of being a ceramic shard. Another bite down, just in case I need to for some reason. Alright. I'm just grabbing all the idols along the way in case there's a bunch of money that I suddenly remember. Wait, there's money there! Then I can go back and get them easily without having to travel the whole way. Every time you ask for an item, it transforms into a shard. Maybe that's what it is. If I just stop asking, then it would not be shards. Balloons. We do need more confetti, so we're locked out of one square. Doesn't matter, I'm going for a line. A single line is the test that I'm doing right now. We're doing one line, then two lines, then three lines, then blackout, not all on the same board. Each time we are like resetting between boards. I'm pretty sure there's money. There's money on the roof here. I remember there's money on the roof here. Is this randomized? No, it is not. I think this might also be money. It is, not a lot, but money. That was a heavy coin purse. Nice. And that sells for some money. I suppose that's fine. Okay, so now we want a yash, a snapseed, and all the ash that I have. Okay. Oops. There we go. Okay, so we can go back to the Divine Child one more time after this, and then swim under, defeat Shizu so that we can... Wait, I didn't even need the Shelter Stone. I could have just warped immediately. I'm a little too Shura glitchless pilled of just do the thing that's in Shura glitchless. It's fine though. We have swimming now. Every time that I'm going somewhere, might as well first take a trip back to the Divine Child. No, the ashes were so efficient. Against specifically Monk, they're super efficient. A lot of bosses, they're not so efficient. Okay, this should be the last one before, before she requests a persimmon. Okay, so Fountainhead Palace. They're quite the fistful. We do have another monk here, so they'll still be useful here, but oh, I keep not. I forgot to skill up. So I also have to remember that I have no Mikiri counter. Okay. Oh, whoops! A little early. I was thinking about the ash instead of the timing. Nice. Not bad. How long would it take to actually die from Mist Noble? Not that long. Especially if you lower your health with, like, the contact medicine that you can pick up along the way to Mist Noble. You could even theoretically use the bite down to immediately die. Not in the fight, though. That doesn't, like, count as, like, dying to Mist Noble. But die at some point beforehand, because when you revive, you're at half health. Then you could poison yourself with the contact medicine, and then you just have to get hit by Mist Noble like once or twice. Okay, is there any... I know that there's good money... Oh, now that we can dive underwater, there's a bunch of money by the underwater headless at Ashina Castle. I think we actually might have enough already. I might need to go get the 1,000 at Folding Screen Monkeys, but, like, I think we're pretty set. I'll have to double check, but I think we're pretty set with the 1,000 here, the 1,500 by the underwater headless. I think we're set. Would you be allowed to die to Mist Noble in Fountainhead if you accidentally sneeze on the one in Mibu and kill it? Nope, you'd just be locked down to the square. Dying to these enfeebled guys is, like, actually easy. Like, and not funny. Well, it's a little funny, but not funny enough. Once you learn to skip, you always do it, right? It's so good. Is there also money down near this headless, or... I actually think there is. I'm gonna go check it out real quick. I might die for this, but if so, whatever. It's either that or it's carp scales, which would still be good to know. It's carp scales. Okay, that's still fine. It's good to know that those are carp scales for future. So you can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can get 13 carp scales without having to kill any carp just by coming to Fountainhead, basically. Okay, so we go over to the bull, who's got money. Money, money, money. Hopefully the bull does not see us. He does not. Let me count up my cash. 3,500. Yeah, all we need is... We actually have 4,000. All we need is the ones at Ashina Castle Lake, and we're set. Okay, so the money wasn't actually that bad, even. It's mostly getting to the second Shichiman warrior that was, like, kind of bad. Oh, I should have also grabbed more carp scales while I was in Fountainhead, so that we could just go buy the other mask fragment right away from... Okay, that's all we need. Yeah, definitely a different row or column would have been faster. This was definitely a bad choice, but it's fine. But it's fine. I already talked about it on stream. How do you feel about the Sekiro anime announcement? Looks cool, I guess. Looks cool enough. The main thing is it makes me hopeful that maybe we get something more with Sekiro in the future. That FromSoft has not abandoned it forever. So, that would be the give a divine child a persimmon. Okay, so now... Just gonna head back here to get my 5,000 sen and fully die. Is it being made by AI? I highly doubt it. That's... I think whenever people see a animation style that they think doesn't look good, they're like, that's probably AI. And, like, I don't know, theoretically it's possible that it is, but, like, it did not look like it was AI generated. Alright, there is the fully die. Apparently said used AI tools to enhance their work. Doesn't mean it's done by AI, yeah. Okay, and now acquire any mask fragment and defeat 2 Shichimen. I guess we'll start with the Shichimen, which is gonna be pain, but surely it's fine. Hopefully I have more Yash sugar. I do have more Yash sugars, so we can use it to time out the waiting. So we go walk here. Oh, it didn't. What? Why it no work? Did it work? I guess I can try once and see if it worked. It did. Okay. I'm surprised that it worked, but I'll take it. Unfortunately, he made the terror field around him, which was not good for me. Oh, and the dogs! Oh, that's bad. Okay, wait. Nice! There we go. Okay. No, thank you. Okay, 2 Shichimen down. Nice, good job. And then all I need is a couple of more carp scales from here. And we skedaddle back to, the other place. We've currently got 2, so I need at least 2 more. I can get 3 real easily in the lake. Oh, and then I could actually get 3... I think getting 6 here is actually going to be easier and faster than trying to chase down some carps in, the other place. What's it called? Harada. Well, maybe that's not true. At least get these 3. No, 2 in Harada is actually super fast, so I'll go back and I'll do Harada. We get the 2 treasure carp scales, we mark it off, and that'll be 1 line in about 45 minutes, which is really slow. I think I messed this one up a lot. But that's okay. I think we might be able to get 2 lines done faster on the next board. Bingus bongus. Why hast thou abandoned us from the screen? Because you don't fit with the bingo. And you are not nearly as important as the bingo. Okay, that should be 7. And mask fragment. Okay, pause timer. Stop match. Okay, next one. I'm winning. Isn't there carp scales in the temple next to the bull? Yes. There was definitely more efficient ways to grab carp scales on the way through things, yeah. I definitely did not have very efficient lines to get all of those things, but seems fine. 46 minutes for 1 line. Now let's randomize ourselves a new board, and we're going to go again for 2 lines. Okay. We go again. Wearing this shirt or one very similar the first time you saw him on stream. Ah, interesting. I was probably this one, yeah. I think I only have one that looks quite like this. Okay, check that when we hit continue, we are on the right save file. Also, I guess you have to split then pause. I guess you can't split while paused. Interesting. What's this testing for? Bingo. Okay, cool. Seems correct. So now start next match and think about how to get 2 lines this time. Bengus bongus. Okay, 2 lines, 2 lines. Ooh, tutorial would be easy. That's easy, that's easy. That one maybe is less easy. That one's pretty easy, though. 3 bosses with the centipede in their name or body is the only one that... Well... We can do True Monk. That isn't that far. And then we can do... both of the centipedes? It's a little out of the way, but... Two Shitshmen didn't... no, it did take a while. We had to get to Fountainhead. And, like, swimming. But it would give us access to that as well. One underwater headless requires swimming as well. Gyobu with only deflects is nice. Eavesdrop is nice. 6 Mikiri counters shouldn't be that hard to do. And then it's just about the 1 underwater headless. But if we went over to get swimming... the underwater headless after that isn't so bad. And if we... heading that way doesn't get us a centipede, though. Otaro, either pinwheel is super fast. Red Eyes, well, Red Eyes. That one's a good one. That one's a good one. So... oh, but then that's still defeat 1 underwater headless, which is the one I was trying to avoid. Oh, but we could do this and cut out this. Easy, easy... easy, easy. The only one that requires, which is swimming. Easy, easy. 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 Yeah, I think this is the line. I think this is the double line. I think that makes sense to me. The only one that kind of sucks is the 1 underwater headless, just because we have to get swimming, but that already, like, isn't that bad. So... and then the rest are, like, you can just, like, kind of rush them out. So we can do Demon Bell, Gyobu with only deflects. Before we do that, we're going to need to get the Red Eyes for killing Ogre with. We can then do Genichiro. No, I think we actually do Demon Bell Genichiro to get our 6 Mikiri counters. Yeah. Eavesdropping 3 times, I'm gonna be confused about. I'm gonna need to think about where to... oh, we can eavesdrop in the tutorial, actually, here. That should be pretty fast. So there's 1 time. Okay, we start with Red Eyes, Ogre into Gyobu with only deflects is what makes the most sense to me. I guess we also poison Genichiro. It's not so easy to do, but... it's possible. I guess as we go to get the red eyes... We also need to go to Kotaro. Oh, eavesdrop. Oh, it's an eavesdrop opportunity. Hold on a second. I forgot. I forgot how quickly you can eavesdrop. Ow. Whatever. You really can eavesdrop a lot. Real quick. I always forget where all the eavesdrops are. Because... like, you'd never eavesdrop normally. There's eavesdrop number 2. Remember to grab the balloons as we're on our way through here. Thanks for streaming. Thanks for watching. Okay, so we grab... we don't need the bite down. What studio's behind Sekiro anime? I don't know. It's a Crunchyroll exclusive. So it could be like the Crunchyroll studio, but I do not know. This is all just oil, right? Yeah. And I actually want to get back up here because that's where the red lump is that I need. Good, good, good. I was gonna grab that for safety, but I guess it's a little too late. Am I the VA for Sekiro? Of course. Who else could it be? A dual. Hey guys, it's me, Sekiro. Oh jeez, oh jeez, Genichiro, don't take Kuro again. Oh no. Perfect. Would watch it. Uncanny. 2, 3. 11 out of 10. Okay, so while we're here, pick up random things, because something's going to be a balloon that I want. The balloon that otherwise we would get at the snake shrine, which is not honestly too far out of the way. I think there's one, I want to say over here? A balloon? I am apparently entirely wrong. There's nothing over there? I thought there was. Oh well. Will you play Silk Song? Yes, I will. And hopefully they don't shadow drop it. Okay, that's a Gokon's sugar. So that I have time to play all of Hollow Knight first. Perhaps even 112% of Hollow Knight. This merchant almost certainly sells the balloon I'm looking for. There's a bunch that's in Senpo. I just don't know exactly where. This is a ceramic shard, but every time I come through, I have to reconfirm that it's a ceramic shard. He does not. Surprising. I guess it makes sense. Have I played it before? Hollow Knight? I have played some of it. I have not finished it before. However, since it's give either pinwheel to Kotaro, I don't have to go through Roberto. I can just grab the closer pinwheel. Oh, and then there's monkey booze over there. Is there also... I want to say there might... What is this for? What is this path? Oh, is this how you're supposed to get over there? Like, semi-normally? What a weird path. Well, now I've got both pinwheels. There's really no balloons over here? There's monkey booze. Oh, a heavy coin purse. That's the monkey booze. And then what's in here? We do need Demon Bell, so this actually is helpful regardless. Yeah, I knew it was path to Demon Bell. I just thought there was... I just thought there was a balloon over here. Sue me. Guess I'm just wrong. Okay, but now we can give Kotaro either pinwheel. Then I can go defeat a red eyes enemies while having red eyes. We're not going to activate the Demon Bell yet. We're going to activate that one on Genichiro because we want the fight to take longer. In order to have more chances to Mikiri counter. Okay, there is give Kotaro either pinwheel. How dare you be wrong about where balloons are? Unfollow the block reported. All right, understandable. Understandable. We also almost have the eavesdrops, but it's fine. Actually, would it make more sense to poison Ogre? Than to poison Genny? We know that Genny is resistant, but not like overly resistant. I think it's at least worth a try to poison Ogre. See how resistant he is. Have I performed less than X amount of deflects for a main boss? Nope, lame. There are already squares that force you not to deflect at all, but with more interesting stuff. It's use Ichimonji only, and then as part of that restriction, it is no deflects. Can you eavesdrop on these guys, by the way? You can. Oh, that's 3 already. Yeah, you really can rush that. You just have to know where. Okay, so let's go back to the castle, get Sabimaru, equip it, spend our excess money on emblems, use that to kill Ogre. Also, perform less than X Mikiri counters is just have Mortal Draw. Because how many deflects do you need to do if you have Mortal Draw? None. You just win. So, yeah. I think what we've got is the much better version. Holy Chapter Infested doesn't need diving if you talk to Senpo Monk in main hall before beating Genny. Oh, right! Yes. You are correct about that. There's Sabi Maru. Have to talk to Ashina Castle Old Hag first. Right. Yeah. Yeah, we figured that out before. It was like, oh, that's such a weird order of events. But yeah, that is a thing that you can do. And then that saves you from having to do diving. Whatever, just head back to Dilapidated Temple. That's not where I was expecting it to aggro chain me, but... What up, Foxfang? Okay, good. Chat, be silent today. Don't do that. Okay, so now let's try Ogre. We poison him, and then we get red eyes as he's going to die. Okay, just in case this takes a while, let's take these guys out first. Can't see BTTV emotes, trying to figure out why. Do you have BTTV or one of the other things installed? Whoops, it's not even the right button. Nice. Oh, less nice. Oh, much less nice. Oh, I do not like you being there. Okay. And there we go. We've got red eyes ourselves and poisoned. Hooray! Okay, now we do need to get to Gyobu. To defeat him, deflect only. And we already have Demon Bell active, so I don't need this idol to come back to later, but I'm going to get it. Command about emotes. For which emotes we have? Yeah, sure. At least he's poisoned. Yeah, he was pretty easy to poison, so that's good. We do like when the bosses are easy to poison. Too many emotes. That is a lot of emotes. Send every emote at once. Surely that would fit in a message. Vanini Gaming. Okay, deflect only, deflect only. Can't deflect that one. Stop doing that. I can't deflect it. Nice. All right. So that is Gyobu with only deflects. Easy. Now we travel to the Bell Demon Temple. And we'll do Yobu with the Demon Bell active. My blade that will deflect you into death. I am Sekiro, no defeat. Oh, we'll also need to activate Mikiri counter first. Yes, I need to get the skill book. When's the Sekiro cosplay coming? So, I did think it would be kind of funny to do some sort of Sekiro cosplay something for the release of the anime. I don't know exactly what would make any sense to do with that, but I thought it could potentially be funny. Mikiri counter, that's all I needed. 2 skill points. So we're gonna fight him straight up so that we can try to get as many Mikiri counters as we can. There's a Sekiro anime. They just announced it today. That there will be one. It's being made. Crunchyroll exclusive. One Mikiri counter. Two Mikiri counter. Three Mikiri counter. Four Mikiri counter. Five Mikiri counter. Six Mikiri counter. Oh, he hit me as I was jumping, so I didn't get the reversal. This edge. Seven Mikiri counter. I don't know if I live that, so I'm just gonna avoid it. Six is a good number considering how high Sekiro runners can count. Yeah, that's about as high as we are able to count, so. Okay, so now we go and immediately get swimming. Well, first I use the attack power. Do we have any hitless squares for bingo yet? Yes, there is defeat a memory boss hitless. It's not on this particular board, but that is a thing, yeah. Die. Do we have any Dragon Rot related squares? No, it felt like bad squares whenever we tried. The one that we had was Cure a Dragon Rot, because that feels at least a little bit active. At least like you're doing something, as opposed to like, give Dragon Rot. Like, it's just like, okay, well, that's just kind of random every time that you die, which dying itself already doesn't feel very active. And then having just random chance for it to happen on top of that was like, yeah, that sucks. But then doing the Cure a Dragon Rot quest is just like really long and tedious. Again, after dying and having a random chance for Dragon Rot. So it was like, even though the quest part feels more active, it still is very annoying. There's more Amiibo Balloons of Soul. Which ones are we? I'm missing Spirit and maybe Wealth, but both of those can be gotten in Ashina Castle. Let me double check. Yeah, I am missing both Spirit and Wealth. Dragon Rot by dying from Miss Noble. Yeah, that's so much better. Nice. Wait, Spirit? Maybe Spirit was in Mibu, now that I think about it. Any happens to be knowers of if Mibu, where Mibu balloons of Spirit are? I thought they were in Senpo, but I might just be wrong. They might be in Mibu. Senpo got a bunch in the cave. Okay, it is Senpo for Spirit. Any knowers? Any of those things. It's money, contact medicine, and dye. Just mean balloons, not that they are spirit ones. Okay. Generally, the balloon types are split between areas, so if I find any balloon here, I probably know what most of the balloons, or all of the balloons in this area are. I guess I'll just check if he just sells balloons. It's possible. He does not. Oh, wealth. Okay, that is one of the ones that I wanted, though, so... Ow. And this should be more wealth. That's soul! That's not even spirit. So there's two different types down here, but they're not spirit. I'm pretty sure spirit was the one in Senpo, but that's totally okay. Oh, I should have gotten the confetti. Now it's a little late. That's fine. A lot of spirit balloon is in Senpo. Okay. That's what I expected. Are there any before Roberto in Senpo, though? Because that's where I have access to, and I don't want to do Roberto just to get a balloon. Okay, so I would like confetti, I would like snap seeds, and I would like fistful of ash. Okay. Oh, that was too few. Okay. Honestly, not bad, though. Okay, use this. Oh, I didn't grab... Oh, I grabbed Lookout. That's actually good enough. Bought Sekiro a while ago and did enjoy it a whole lot. Ended up refunding, but regretting that. Does Sekiro get better after a certain point? Yes, but if you did not enjoy it, like, I don't know that you would want to push through to that certain point. Like, but it does absolutely, in my opinion, the start of the game is by far the weakest part of the game. And it mostly gets better when it starts to click for you, as opposed to, like, the game directly gets better. Even though I do think the game does directly get better as well. The main thing is, like, it is built in a way where it doesn't do the greatest job of teaching you. It does an all right job. It does maybe a better job than, like, some other FromSoft games, but, like, not a great job. But once you learn it, it's, like, really... there's nothing like it, is a good way to put it. All right, one line down, and now we just need our spirit balloon, which should be the one over here, if I remember correctly. Oh, there's even a possession balloon there. So if I'm going for the balloons, I don't need to buy any others. I can just get the possession along the way to this one. Low-key, one of the best FromSoft games. Low-key, the best game of all time. IMO. But, like, you know, if you're not having fun with it, it's not going to click. Like, I've learned that through a lot of games. Like, oh, so it's actually best if I equip them and then use them one after the other. Saves a bit of menuing time. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Boom. All right, 2 lines literally was faster. We did it in 34 minutes instead of 46 for 1 line because I chose better lines this time and maybe played a bit cleaner as well. Nice, nice. Yippee! So certainly a 1 line could be done in under 30 minutes. A 2 line done in maybe like 30 to 40 usually. And then we'll see what a 3 line feels like. A 3 line's probably going to be more like 45 minutes if I had to guess. Although maybe it ends up taking longer because you just can't find good lines that don't have anything too slow. And then a Blackout is probably going to take like an hour 15 to an hour and a half. Is what I would guess. Any tutorial about how to do that old grave skip? Which old grave skip? For Sekiro, it actually never clicked for me. I had to struggle through the game and I kind of hated it the entire time through until Ishin Sword Saint liked the game after I beat him. Yeah, for some people, it doesn't click. And, like, I think if you're not enjoying the game, it's unlikely to actually click. Because, like, I've noticed it even on a small scale on bosses. If there's a boss that I'm enjoying, eventually it will click. If there's a boss that I'm hating, I will get, like, worse and worse at the boss as I fight him. But, like, eventually I'll luck into a win, and it just never clicks. So... yeah, so for the old grave skip, do you mean go from old grave to underwater headless? Oh, that one. I mean, okay, yeah. So you're meaning oh wait, sorry. Old grave is over here. So after you've talked to Emma, well, it's fairly self-evident. You jump up here, right? I think normally you would, like, it would put your sword away while Emma's here, but you should be able to jump up, no problem. Either side of the doorway is fine. I think we do left side for speed. Wait till he pulls out the sword. Run against the wall a bit to get your speed, and then just jump over, and that's it. And then you're there, and then you do the thing. It's pretty simple. The main thing is, like, you have to get enough speed. So you have to run against the doorway first before jumping over. Well, Kenichiro was great at forcing you to learn deflect timing. Yep. Love the game so much you even got the platinum for it. Yeah, that's why I think it's a little misleading to say the game gets better when it clicks. IMO, it never got easier for you because the game always throws odd stuff at you that's really difficult. Yeah, I don't think the game necessarily gets easier. I think it gets more fun when it clicks. Also, I kept the demon bell on that whole time. Oops. Should have done this. Ah, that explains why, why Monk, we didn't kill her in the correct number of ash. I was like, she usually dies in that number of ash. And she would have, but I had Demon Bell active. Right, okay. Anywho. Folks, see Sekiro anime trailer. Yes, we did. Always fall down there when I try to jump. That would, yeah, you have to run against the wall and build up speed. You didn't see the trailer? Well, does it look like an adaptation or a different story? It looks like an adaptation. Okay, so randomize a new board. We're now going to do 3 lines. Load the save. Did we run the bosses in the gauntlets? They were so easy, I was surprised. Guess the bosses click way after I beat them somehow. I mean, it oftentimes clicks sort of like as you beat them, but if you're not enjoying it, you're not going to notice how much it clicks until you fight them again. Is Domo involved in the Sekiro bingo? Not currently, but if he likes it, then he could become involved. He could say, I would love to host a event with it. It's not like I own Sekiro Bingo. But if he does say he's doing an event associated with it and he doesn't include me, then I'll be mad at him as a friend. Then I'll be like, bro, what are you doing? But okay, so restarting. Thought you had trademarked Sekiro Bingo. It's still processing, you know. We sent in the application. Was really confused at my beginning of my first playthrough of Sekiro because I got hard stuck between the Harada Drunkard and the Chained Ogre. Like I wasn't sure I was advancing through the game properly. It was just a weird rough spot and I took off with this game after puzzling your way past those two. The game was just surprisingly awkward at first. Yeah. I think the Drunkard, the Ogre, and the Bull are the 3 spots that most people will get stuck at because they're all 3 awkward fights. They're not, like, the best fights in general, and they don't do a great job of teaching you, like, the mechanics. And if you make it through those 3, I think most people continue through to the end. Because, like, at least from there, you have more options, and even if you know, even if you get stuck somewhere, you can always go somewhere else instead and, like, come back later. Drunkard is such a bad first boss. Too many ads. Yeah, it's supposed to sort of teach you about the stealth, but it's, like, too much. Like, if there was just a few that you stealth killed, I feel like it'd be better than, like... Because you can't stealth kill all of them unless you be really cheesy with it. Okay. 3 lines. We're thinking about 3 lines this time. And start the countdown. Oh, whoops. Don't start that till the game actually starts. That one's not bad. That one's not bad. That one's not bad. That one's a little bad, but not too bad. That one's not too bad. We could do top row. That one's not bad. That one's not bad. That one's not bad. That one's a little bad, but... honestly, second row isn't too bad. That's pretty easy. I hate this one. This one I think I'm probably going to cut. I thought I did cut this one. Perform 3 prosthetic upgrades. I thought I cut that one, but I guess not yet. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. We could do this. We could make a big T. Ooh, although that's not bad. That's not too bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. We've got a lot of ones that are not too bad. This would be a good blackout board, honestly. Both Serpent Viscera. 3 Lapis Lazuli kind of sucks. So anyone with 3 Lapis Lazuli is out. The Water of the Palace is out. Maybe we cut out this line and this line? How does that feel? Attack power to 6 maybe is the toughest one here because it's just a lot of... It's 5 memory bosses that you need. Well, we can do monkeys, not too bad. We get Holy Chapter Infested right away. 3 Mistraven prosthetic. Oh, it would be this. Down the middle, that, and that. That seems not bad. Barcelona or Real Madrid? I don't know. Whichever one you personally are closer to. We would be going to monkeys anyway for a lot of things. I think this is probably it. The 2 different reflections of strength is kind of a lot of like extra on top of getting attack power to 6, but it does have some synergy. I think we try this. I think we try this.
A great way to start the day. Good morning,
yeah.
Mitch.
Good morning. What up, Petey? 2, 1, go! Two Shichiman Warriors has synergy with Lapis and Tonto squares. That's true, but they're not on like the same lines as each other, so it's like it's not like you can really... You'd have to make like multiple lines that like intersect with the different things. I feel like that's a little much. It's a little awkward. I think this set of 3 is fine. Tutorial Genny does not help us increase our attack power, so... Think about money on the way. Think about resistance consumables on the way. We do need Ichimonji, so we might as well go for that first, I suppose. We're getting a Sekiro anime next year. I have heard. Hopefully it's good and fun. Okay. Trailer looking nice. Yeah, yeah. For killing enough game foul, might as well just take this one out while we're here. Right, no reason not to. If From Software decided to do a game from an anime, what do you choose? I choose for them to make a game based off of the Sekiro anime. That would be a good game. Whatever game they could make from that. I bet it'd slap. Sekiro the anime, the game. Oh, I should have also... I didn't grab any idols along the way to Ogre, did I? I forgot that we were going into Harada for Mistraven. I should have grabbed that along the way. Okay, after Gyobu, we do the rat quest. To get Ichimonji. You know, if every move of Horlu is rollable with medium roll, apart from the ground explosion that you run out of. Yes. Yes, they all are. There's some that it's better to jump over, but every move that he has is definitely rollable.
Hydrate.
Shows 4 times to redeem a hydrate. Well, I will have to wait until after this. Oh, I actually want to head over to the rat, so this is actually sending him to the wrong side. Not bad. We're struggling with one move of Horlu. It's a double side-to-side punch slap that roll catches you. Oh, yeah, I mean... If you want to look at how a speedrunner deals with it, you'll find a quite nice way to deal with that. But if you do not want to sort of, you know, semi-cheese or use the broken strats or whatever, maybe I would recommend that you roll in a specific direction to avoid that, if as a little hint. Not just like roll in place and hope that the second one doesn't catch you, if that makes sense. Okay, cool. I wonder if you happen to have... You do happen to have antidote powder. I need that. Thank you. Okay, so now... we can get Ichimonji. which we will need. Let's go to Castle. Let's do Holy Chapter Infested first. It'll save us time. Is there anything else I should be looking at along the way? There's purchase 2 unique gourds, so I can still worry about money, and then grab the idol at Shugendo. Did you sell? You sold possession balloons, but no resistance stuff. Okay. Anti-burn will get in Harada as we do that, naturally. That's pacifying, which is another one we need. So we now have 2 of the 4. Eel, you generally just get at the top of Ashina Castle, and then burn powder we can get in Harada on our way through. As we get the Mistraven prosthetic. Is it Mistraven? Whichever one it was that we were going to get in... It is Mistraven. Yeah, in Harada. Okay. Yo, what up, Turtle? Thank you for watching. So we're basically set on all 4 status resistance consumables. Hola. Yo, I'm sorry that I can't actually see my notifications with the way I have my bingo set up. But someone whose name starts with a P or an R, I think it's a P. I can see that. Thank you for the resub for, it looks like 31 months. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Good streamer. I'm definitely very good at doing the streamer things. Penis warrior. Do I believe this? Wait, plunged underscore toilet? Perhaps? Aha! Okay, grab this at Shugendo so we can buy it. No, it was definitely Penis Warrior. Oh, okay. Do I have enough money right now? Not... Actually, I might, but I can come back later. It's fine.
Sekiro anime mocking.
True. Should I go for Roberto Ichimonji only? No, I should do Snake Eyes Ichimonji only. That's like a strat that we actually used to use. Then he falls through the floor. It's definitely Twitch user. Log in and check your stream and YouTube suggests a new trailer for a Sekiro anime. Yup. Me as the director, we can't go wrong, surely. Finally figured out if you like Mitch, you might like Sekiro. You might. You might not. There's Holy Chapter infested. While we're here, why don't we take out these guys? Oh, you just left before I could. Guess you have to rest again if you. It's not a Miyazaki game if opening a door doesn't take 10 minutes. Yep. Okay. And this helps with money, which we need. They learned Lies of P is a Miyazaki game due to the doors. Yep. Can you cease? All right. Well, that was sure tough, but 3 spinny guys, bulging purse. Huzzah! Okay, so now let's go back to the castle. Oh, I do also need the old lady reward. So, do I have balloons to pop right now? I do not. Okay. Oopsies. There's a balloon right here, though. And then I can just purchase the other 2 real quick when the time is ready. How are you liking the new squares so far? They seem good. Like, I'm not seeing anything that I'm, like, disliking here. Show us the cat. We know you're hiding him. Never. Okay, I can get the last status resistance in here. Make sure that the lady does not live so that I can warp out at the end. Oh, there's another balloon right there. What? I slayed the lady. Why can I not rest? Whatever. I slay the lady. There's the eel liver that I need, and then Is this also eel liver? No. The other eel liver is in a specific spot. Okay. What if you wanted to stab the guy invading your house, but FromSoft said door opening animation? Well, wouldn't... If he's the one invading your house, wouldn't he be the one opening the door and getting the animation? I mean, I'm just saying. Oh, to get a last balloon, though, without having to go purchase, we can actually just go right over here real quick. Open the door animation. He would get iframes. Oh, you're right. You're right. He would get iframes while opening your door. Okay. There's now 3 balloons. Equip. Real quick. Okay, that's all 3 rewards. Okay, that also gives us a confetti, so now we could go kill Shichiman with that. For the ceremonial Tonto. As long as I don't royally mess it up. Surely I would never. Nice. There's the Tonto. Okay, and now we can use this to get over to Snake Eyes. And we can grab more money while we're here, which now we should have plenty. Potential for a body horror episode for these guys in the anime. That's true. Also, wait, we haven't killed Genichiro yet. We should actually do that first for the memory. Because we're going to need to do that for the memory at some point anyway. Oh, the memory. Whoa. Me when I mess up the easy skip. Do bingo against someone Randomize the board for each run, or is it in a specific way? Yeah, it's just randomized every time. Just completely random. The first part of the monkey fight ends an episode, so people think he's dead. The ape, you mean? Okay. Such a cool concept. Sorry for playing 21 questions with you. Was just curious. No worries. Absolutely. You zone out and we killed a headless. We have not done a headless. We did Shichiman. I do need to do this so that I can defeat monkeys for another memory. Another fast memory. What up, Yokum? Ishin. Okay. Anything I should really be worried about now? I don't think so. But oh, I don't even have anything to equip from him. Let me check. I still need the Harada bell that I did not get earlier. Oh, he also already moved here, so I can actually just buy the burn thing, but I don't need to. So when does he move here? Okay, good. I did get gate path. Is it after you defeat Genichiro that he moves here? That would actually make a lot of sense, I think. Are the starred squares the ones you're going for? Yep, they're gonna make my 3 lines. Unfortunately, I chose lines that all intersect at 1 square. So, like, we don't get a lot of, like, overlap where I don't have to do them. But all the ones I chose, I think, are pretty quick. So, I think it's still worth it. Let's go get the Mist Raven real quick. Which will require going through the Shinobi Hunter. We also get our anti-burn here. Dousing powder, that's what it's called. Oh, and another balloon. Okay. Oh, there were also game fowl here that I could have killed. I guess we'll get the ones in the forest instead. Ow! This could be tough. Maybe just directly going at him was not the smartest idea. Oh! Ow! Ah, yeah, directly going at him is not a good idea. Ever heard of the Mickey counter? No. Okay, this time I will get the chicken along the way, and I will also win. And we did have enough skill points for Mikiri counter this whole time, and I just didn't get it. Silly me. Okay. The Mickey. Okay. Ow. Okay. You missed. There we go. Yeah, with Mikiri counter, he's not so bad. Whatever, I don't need that. We'll get Mistraven, no problem. I don't think I'll need to come back here. Will I? Unless I want Lady Butterfly for a memory, but like, I doubt I want that. Oh. Game foul? Yeah, I forgot about game foul again. But it's not here that the game foul are. They're a little further back, so I wouldn't need to go to here specifically anyway. No! How did they... What startled them? All I did was idle, which is quiet. Okay, the chickens are not in this house. They're in the house just after this. There's like 5 of them. Here, the chicken house. Whoa. And of course, somehow my mouse got moved to the other screen, but that's fine. So that one we had, and kill 3 unique game file. Okay. Now we can fit the Mistraven prosthetic. We also, I believe, have all 4 of the 1, 2, 3, 4. We do, so let's just use those real quick. Oh, wait, that was contact medicine. And right after... Wait, because I used the antidote first, it actually wasn't even enough to poison me. That's funny. Oh, whoops. I did dousing powder a second time. That's fine. And... deliver. That's all 4. That's flame vent fit. Can you attack while air swimming? You can do the swimming attacks. They're not very powerful, but yeah. Next, let's head to the poison pool. Wait, yeah. No, monkeys first. Monkeys first for more attack power to make this faster. Gotta think of the order, because we're gonna need a bunch of attack power anyway. Fish moly. Okay, another attack power. And Mortal Draw. But I'm not going to use Mortal Draw on Snake Eyes because... Ichimonji strat. A monkey massacre. They never stood a chance. Wait, no, not that. It costs 3! Oh, that's not enough. I'm like 1 experience away from getting Ichimonji double. I guess I have to not then. We have to just get mid-air combat arts. So sad. Okay, my attack power is now 4. We just need 2 more. So we go... If we do both monks, that'll get us to 6. That is a pretty ancient meme. Go down here so that he can't shoot me anymore. Come on down. Come on down. Oh. I do not want to get shot. Please join me. I should have just killed him beforehand is what I should have done. Ooh, yeah, I really should have just killed him beforehand so I didn't have to get into this awkward position. Oh, yeah. You can backstab for this square? Yeah. You're gonna need to do death blows, so yeah. Like it's necessary to perform death blows, so I couldn't really be like no death blows. That wouldn't really like make sense. So unfortunately, we are now Akko-less, but it's fine. And Ichimonji is not the most powerful skill. But it is the most fun, so there we go. Wait till that pops up for marking purposes. Oh, and then go to the statue's head. Both monks will get us the attack power we need. Which we will also want the ability to swim to get to the thing faster. Bro, Sekiro's getting an anime. I know. It's pretty neat. Attack J. Purchasing 2 unique gourds could also be done very quickly at this point. We'll purchase the one while we're down here. Yeah, I really think the biggest issue with the bingo right now is just the fact that you have to do Gyobu and Geni to, like, progress in the game. I think other than that, the bingo squares feel, like, really good. Almost too good. Almost like I've made it where every square is good, and maybe you need some squares that suck. You know? It's my child now. That looks so effortless. But I mean, honestly, like, it being kind of a just speedy bingo board where all the squares are, like, good squares that players like to do, I feel like is also fine. It's a little bit different of a style than what something like an Elden Ring bingo is, but it's not bad. I mean, there's some still, I guess, that suck, but, like, maybe there's so few and that they stand out too much. Like, there's, like, Defeat Demon of Hatred. You know, like, that's just like a, uh-oh. Really don't want to have to do that one. Squared for Sword Saint Ishin Ichimonji only. Grab some confetti real quick. And then snap seeds and ash. Nice. Enhance the attack power. Let's just go immediately purchase the second gourd. There is our second unique gourd. And now just to Fountainhead. Yeah, looking like it'll be like a 50 to 55 minute on this 3-line. I don't know that this was like the best 3-line you could get, but bad. So let's healing gourd to Tonto. Oh, that's too much time? I really thought there was... Okay, we'll take it. This should get us our 6th attack power. We're currently at 5, so this puts us at 6. Okay, now it's just the Fountainhead Sake, and then finish with 2 Reflections of Strength. Did you know if you change 3 letters in Sekiro Bingo, you obtain "You are a great streamer"? Only 3 letters? That's... Oh. It seems like you would need to change quite a few more, but if you say so. I haven't done the math. Paid chatter. How old is Sekiro now? It came out in 2019, so 6 years. Game still looks pretty solid. Oh yeah, it looks great. And this is on the lowest settings too. Aw, she saw me right away, so I have to rest here. Real quick. I guess since I have extra Gachine, I could just send one of those to make this even easier. What? I guess it... How did you see me? Okay, I'll just rest again. It's fine. Oh, she was dancing and then like turned around. Okay, well that is fine now. There's the specific sake. Okay, it's gonna be fastest to just quit out here. Oh wait, no, it's not, because they're just gonna see me as soon as I get back in. I guess jumping down and then using an idol would be fastest. Yeah. Unless it happens to allow me to sit here. Oh, it does. Cool. Okay. Folding screen monkeys does not count, so we'll do Gyobu and Geni. Okay, he's gonna T-pose on us. That's fine. Oh, couldn't see him. Because it would not lock on with the wall right there. Okay, not bad. One reflection of strength. Finally, for the first time, just finished Sekiro like a week ago. What a game. What a game indeed. Let's go. Reflections of strength do take a little bit of time. Making a symmetrical pattern? I happen to be. I think... I mean, I don't know that it was the best squares to pick, but it seemed like 3 pretty easy lines. And they just happened to make a symmetrical pattern. Whoops. Should have carried that. On Wu-Chang Fallen Feathers, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It is definitely not my favorite Souls-like, but it's pretty good. There we go. That's 3 lines done in about 57 minutes. 57 and a half minutes. That's not bad. That's not bad. Under an hour. Huge. Is that lightning reversal one too? We did do a sweep stomp, a Mikiri counter, and a lightning reversal. You're right, so... Bing! Not that that really matters, but... Bing! So I guess, given that we were gonna do that, could we have done just defeat 2 Shichiman Warrior? Instead of one of the lines, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it would have been faster to do that one instead of upgrade attack power to 6. Yeah, it would have. It would have. It would have. Yeah. Okay, I didn't spot that line, but it would have been faster to have done this one and then not done this, and this. And then we would have had 3 lines down the middle, the diagonal we did, and then the bottom one. Would have been faster. Okay, that's all right. Sometimes it's just hard to see the right line until you've done it. Is Domo doing a Sekiro Bingo Brawlers? No. I mean, maybe in the future, but no. Not currently. You can use Mist Raven to deflect lightning without damage. I knew Sakura Dance could do that before it, though. Aha, yeah. It can. Perhaps if Domo likes it. Well, I'm not speaking for Domo. Like, this is like a very, very perhaps. This is This is like a, you know, like seriously, it would be up to him if he has any interest whatsoever in doing you know, doing a match with me, you know, would as a minimum, doing a little weekend event if he really likes it, and then, you know, a whole season if he's like, oh my god, this is the greatest bingo that ever there has been, which I'm not expecting. But someone never finished Sekiro since his save file got corrupted. Wait, never finished like a single first playthrough? Or like, he was doing something. Yes, he hasn't... Bro. Bro, how? Bro, just start from the... It doesn't even take that long. Not a single playthrough. Like him up right now, ain't no way. Straight to jail. Okay, well, stop the match. Randomize new board. All right, this last one, we have to do everything that's on it, no matter what. I'm awake. we gotta force Dom to play a round of Sekiro all the way through. A play through, if you will. Okay, load the save again. Oh, Domo, yeah. I mean, you've played Sekiro, surely. Maybe his next birthday marathon. Maybe. I'll be doing a race for 100% of the game to just watch him play through the game. True. The video, keep it up. Yo, thanks, Turkey. Did you join Zoodle and start streaming Dead by Daylight? Has Zoodle been doing Dead by Daylight? Absolutely not. I tried playing a few games with a friend that literally gifted me the game. Just like, not like... He first asked if I wanted to play, and then I was like, oh, well, I don't own the game. Then he gifted it to me. No, he just gifted me the game and was like, we're playing Dead by Daylight. And I was like, well, I guess I have to now. And it was terrible. I did not enjoy it at all. I uninstalled it, and I said, you can refund it for yourself. We haven't played it for 2 hours yet. You can refund it for yourself. Don't waste the money on me. I'm not playing it in the future. Get a refund. I will hook you. No, I do not like it. I do not like it. Nuh-uh. Not happening. Nuh-uh. Not happening. Okay, so there's not really too much we need to, like, as much we need to think about on this last board, because it's a Blackout. We need to do all of it, so... Isn't into horror? I mean... I would play horror. I would play, like, Alien Isolation or something. But Dead by Daylight, the like asymmetrical PvP game, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Crazy that you're so not so into horror, considering all the hooks in your dungeon. No, horror is fine. I don't like asymmetrical PvP. I'm not much of a PvP player recently, like, at all, and then, like, the asymmetrical, like, and the way that it works, I don't like it at all. I do not like it at all. Okay, poison... Defeat a boss after poisoning them. Fit the shuriken prosthetic. So, things to keep in mind for myself. Make sure to grab that. Make sure to grab that. Like, things that I might, like, forget along the way. Ooh, there's 3 generals or leaders, so I could just do the leader here at the very start. Make sure to get the axe. Ooh, 3 divine grass. I'm gonna forget where divine grass is. Make sure to Dyed and Mist Noble before I lose it. Make sure to fit the umbrella prosthetic. Oh, get eaten by the great serpent. It's funny. 5 Shinobi prosthetics. We're basically getting those anyway. After 6 Mikiri counters and a Mikiri sweep stomp and lightning reversal will all just be done on Genny. Both Ashina elites, memory boss with Demon Bell active. We'll probably do that on Genny as well. Aerial stealth death blow on the Wu guy. That one is funny. The 5 sugar effects. I'll need to figure out where all 5 sugars are. This is Blackout. So I'm just marking ones that I want to, like, not forget about. 15 carp scales we can get basically at the end of the game once we've, like, done everything. 3 rotating walls floors. We can use 1 to get to Demon Bell. And then once we get to Ashina Castle, we can just, like, do the other 2 once we've killed Genny. Stopped playing Dead by Daylight when I realized that you have to buy almost every single expansion to keep up with the meta. Did you play Wukong? I did. It was good. I have to guaranteed get 5 prosthetics for other squares. Yeah, pretty much. I'll mark this one because I need to remind myself to pick up sugars along the way everywhere. Oh, and yeah, we will need the spear for Shigekichi. Makes sense. Two, 1, go. What's your favorite Wu-like game? Wukong, Wu Chang, or Wo Long? I haven't played Wo Long, but I liked Wukong better than Wu Chang. Even though it's less Soulsy. Okay, there's 1 leader. Oh, also make fried chicken. Wow, there really is so many. Sekiro fries chicken. I don't think we need to win against the tutorial. Genichiro. Okay. Is this a board where we don't need monkeys ever? Could it be? Surely we need monkeys at some point, right? What's your favorite Souls tutorial boss? Genichiro. Easily and obviously. General 2. Oh, he moved to the wrong side. It's fine. Do I even need Yobu? Like, surely, right? I'm not seeing a reason why I actually do. Huh. Yo, what a Billy? Not good for a tutorial though if you instantly die. Well, you don't instantly die. If you heal up, you just well, actually, maybe I go straight to what's it called? Harada. We're a bit late here, but did you hear about the Sekiro anime? I did, in fact. A few times. Okay, let me grab this just in case, because there's a lot of stuff to think about, so... So we need the flame barrel. We need the axe over here. I'm sure one more time wouldn't hurt. Surely not. Maybe I don't go for this guy immediately again, with no Mikiri counter and with everyone surrounding him. And while we don't have much. We do want the Mist Raven soon, though. But we also... Oh, and we need to break shields with the axe, and this is the best place to do it. So I could at least go equip those right away. But I think we actually come back in a little bit when we're a little stronger. So we first go back to Ashina Castle. Let's go do the Wu guy stuff, make our way up, and then Ashina Elite to get to Genichiro in an efficient manner. So there's one Divine Grass. Perform frontside dojo skip just to get all the enemies to de-aggro from you. Forward to someone streaming the Sekiro anime with segmented timer. Let's see if the Sekiro anime can beat my speedrun time. I guess the boss is just never gonna de-aggro, even if the rest of them do. Guy is this one. Aha! There we go. Okay. Aerial stealth death blow on Wu Guy. Hooray! Ah. Do I like beer? Not particularly. Don't need random prayer beads. We will eventually need the specific prayer bead. We do, of course, always need money. And given that we need some money, I could grab the money in here real quick. Comfy, you just press start and you can mark? Yep. Or you can do it like when the item pops up from killing a boss or things like that. Okay, we need an Ashina Elite. Do we also have poisoning? Defeat a boss after poisoning them is one. Oh, so... I should actually do that first. I didn't think about that. We should do that on Ashina Elite. He's pretty easy to poison, I've figured out. Oh, there's eel liver down at the bottom, too. That's probably actually faster to grab than the ones at Ashina Elite if all you wanted was the eel livers. It's the same bingo overlay which you used to use. Yeah. Yeah. Correct. That is on purpose. Because I liked it. Okay, so now we need to equip that. I like chalky milk. I do, but I like regular milk better than chalky milk. Chalky milk is good, though. Okay, so now that is fit the shuriken prosthetic. It's the huge 8x8 board. You know, if we have a reason to practice with an 8x8, it could make a return. So wait, actually, while we're here... Purchase a bunch of spirit emblems, so I'll have enough for everything I need to do. We should be set with that now. Just started DS3, any advice? Don't die, that is a good one. Oh, and I will eventually need loaded axe and flame vent, so... Genny is probably the one I want to do with the Demon Bell. Yeah, so I can do a bunch of Mikiri stuff. So, and I don't even have enough skill points yet for Mikiri. So first, We'll head back to Harada with our newly acquired... Oh, I don't have Mikiri counter, though. That's what I was just talking about. Because he didn't give it to me yet. Whatever. I guess we'll take on the... We'll take him on with no Mikiri counter. It's fine, probably. Ow. Okay, I think it's actually faster here to quit out, reset the situation, get another death blow, and then take it from there. Are you planning on testing with someone else as well? Yeah, whenever, you know, Josh, for example, wants to play a game, we can play a game. Or if Aggie wants to do another test with the updated squares, or... Yeah, that was definitely worth it. Okay, with a little quitting out, it's Ow. I forget how slow that is. Ah! The multi-stab. That's the hardest one without Mikiri. Because you have to get every deflect perfectly. Oh, also, I forgot to mark the poison square. Since I'm only practicing, I'll just do that. Although officially, I would have to poison another boss before doing it. We also defeated 2 enemies after breaking their shield. Let's get the Mist Raven. How tight are Mikiri deflects? Same as regular deflects. Also, while we're here... we will need some treasure carp scales. Is there a reason I would need this key? Don't see a reason, but I'm grabbing it anyway, just in case. Not really. Oh, I might need it for duo boss if I don't want to set it to nighttime. To get to Harada 2. That probably feels like it's going to be worse than setting it to nighttime, but just in case, I'll just continue along this path and grab just this next idol. And oil, which I need for making fried chicken. Does the rule apply to Lockout? Sorry, Blackout. Which rule? the like one about marking, that's not like a universal rule. That's like depends on what competition you're doing. A more casual competition probably kind of ignores it. But a more like serious competition, you're gonna need to, you know, be very particular about your markings to make sure that you're not getting an unfair advantage. Okay, so we chicken fried. Whoops, wrong one. Where was it? There it is. I was right next to it. Okay, we do need a 7 spears. We can grab the spear and then immediately go and kill 7 spears. Won't be technically quite as fast now as it would be a little later, but it's honestly completely fine. Because with how much you can cheese him, it doesn't really matter if it takes a little longer. Has Chris ever played Sekiro? Yes. But he has not... He's even done randomizers. He has not done bingo, though. I told him if he wanted to do bingo, we could come up with a handicap that makes it roughly fair. Like, we had handicaps for randomizer, and it actually ended up being a really close race that he actually ended up winning because we chose a really good handicap. And we could do the same for bingo. I'm sure of it. But only if he wants to. He didn't seem all that interested, so... There's a 7 spears. Oh, no! I should have... I mean, this is fine, but for synergy, I could have done the 7 spears with the general for the duo after making them fight each other with Puppeteer. Oh, and we need Puppeteer, which means we do need monkeys, so... It's all coming together, so that means we should go back and get to monkeys. Randomizers just kill boss. Bingo has so many things I don't know. Like Wootafoot is Mist Raven prosthetic. That's true. You would have to learn of the locations of things. That is a fair. Not monkeyless board. It will never happen. There will never be a monkeyless board. How am I killing these guys? Whatever. If you were to be a banana, what kind of banana would you be? What kinds of bananas are there? I'd be a yellow banana, because the tastiest. We also have to go towards monkey for monk arts no matter what, but that didn't necessarily guarantee that we had to do monkeys, but we do because of puppeteer. Only we had the ogre skip. Are skips allowed? Not glitches. So ogre skip would not be allowed. After you have killed ogre skip, or killed ogre, if you wanted to then perform the ogre skip to get to the divine grass over there faster, then I think that would be allowed. Which I guess technically means I should have done that. Unless we just want to say, well, that skip is toxic, let's just ban it, but... I think in general, on principle, that would be allowed. Also, what's this? Ceramic shard. Why do I ask? Why do I ever ask, what's this? I know what the answer is. It's ceramic shard. I had to clip 14 seconds of stuttering about bananas. Okay. Sure. Not bad. We need... I'm gonna make a poor decision here, but I'm gonna get the rat quest so that we can get the ascending and descending carp. It's not worth it in an all bosses run because you don't deflect enough because you just spam mortal draw and defeat things, but I feel like here it actually might be worth it. Controversial. Okay, we're also going to need the umbrella prosthetic, but that also means we're going to need money. Money, money, money. Okay, I don't need the bull, though, so that's all I needed was to get that so that he'll move. So then... I can do Genichiro... Wait, before I do Genichiro, I need Mikiri counter. Forgot how fast you can zoom around in this game. Yeah, it's pretty quick. I feel like my setup for things has been a little slow, though. We have used one rotating wall floor already, so all we need is... Okay, so that gets us Mikiri counter. Yeah, why not? And now let's go get the Demon Bell. And to do that, I'm going to perform Ogre Skip and use Ogre Skip to get to Demon Bell, because I can get the Divine Grass along the way. And we can see if we like the idea of allowing Ogre Skip, or if we really hate it. I mean, I feel like for me it'd be fine, but maybe it would scare off too many people from wanting to play if I can just Ogre Skip to save time on them. That might be like a gentleman's agreement not to do it or something after Ogre is dead. So this over here is Gachin, which we don't need. And then that's the Divine Grass. Oh, and there's an antidote powder. Okay, there's some good stuff there you might want for some squares. There's Divine Grass number 2. As well as easy access to the cave, where then you can go through here to get to the Demon Bell. Or, no. No. Not to there. Easy access to this cave, which actually you could get to pretty fast the other way anyway, but you can go this way to the Demon Bell. And use the rotaty door. Do not ring this bell. Too bad. Okay, so now we do Genichiro, Demon Bell. Make sure to Mikiri counter 6 times, as well as performing a sweep stomp and a lightning reversal. One Mikiri. Two Mikiri. Three Mikiri. A sweep stomp. I want another Mikiri from you in this phase. No, wrong one. There. 4 Mikiri. Five Mikiri. A lightning reversal. 6 Mikiri, okay. The 6 Mikiri square, honestly, might go. It maybe feels a little bit too much like the wait for Renala to summon all the summons. Okay, so that was Memory Bell. That. For Mikiri, I mean, I don't know that it's interesting unless it's enough that you have to wait, and if it's enough that you have to wait, then it sucks. You know? Like, it's either so few that it's incidental and doesn't matter and shouldn't be a square, or it's too many where it's annoying. So 6 Mikiri is fine because it's hard to miss Mikiri. That's true, but it's still just wait around for it. It's a lot less than Renala. Like, the Renala one sucks because she can summon a different thing, not because she summons any 4 times and you have to wait some. But it's still, I don't know. It's still kind of just that, like, sit around and wait type of a thing. I guess it's kind of like the 6 parries square, which actually people don't mind the 6 parries square because they'll just go to, you know, Mesmer and you do have to still wait for Mesmer, but, like, it's not that bad. So maybe it's fine. We can also use our 3rd rotating wall here. Okay, there we go. Just don't take the first death blow on Genichiro since he favors thrust so heavily before the death blow. That's true. Phase 1 is where he does it more often. Which does have then an interesting dynamic of like, oh, do you go to second phase to have a faster fight, or do you keep him in first phase to try to farm Mikiris? So maybe it is interesting enough. Also, let me actually not forget this time to dispel the Bell Demon. Okay, might as well just head to monkeys next. How much does Iron Fortress cost? I want to say 1,600, but I'm not entirely sure. That sounds right. Yeah, it sounds right to me too, but don't need this. I don't need that either. We will need a boss monk arts only, so we should get the monk arts early so that we have our pick of who to do that on. It's probably going to be on a general. I'm thinking random general. We do monk arts only, probably the one right after ogre. We just grab monk arts, kill monkeys for the attack power, and then clear out the area and kill that general, probably. Because you don't have to clear out the enemies with monk arts. You just have to do monk arts on the general himself. Monka S arts. That are monkeys? That is not allowed for squares. Bosses that basically do not fight back are not counted. So, Okami leader Shizu does not count for it. Otherwise, you would just do that every time. Miss Noble does not count for it. And folding screen monkeys does not count for it. To keep those squares actually being interesting, those ones just don't count. But Miss Noble fights back. Not if you keep attacking him. Same as Shizu fights back, but not if you keep attacking her. Hopefully I grabbed the idol back where I will kite, because I need that. Oh, we need the kite. Yeah, so we would need monkeys anyway if we get eaten by the great serpent. Right. I would do monk arts only Roberto, but you need to get through Roberto to get to the monk arts. I could also do monk art only second Ashina Elite with the red eyes, but that seems spooky. So I think doing it on the general makes more sense. Roberto. Also, I really need to remember to die to Miss Noble. Otherwise, I could forget that. I haven't tried how's monk art on Lone Shadow. Yeah, actually, that's a great question. It might be good. I don't think I've tried that either. Okay, it's actually faster here to not open the door and instead go around because we need to go get the monk arts, and then after the monk arts we grapple over and then go to the monkeys just to save opening one door. But it's... doors take forever, so I'm pretty sure it's worth. Another good Mikiri farming spot also be on the spear guy in Harada. He dies really quickly, but yes, you could Mikiri him, not take the death blow. Mikiri him, not take the death blow. Mikiri him, not take the death blow. It's just that then you're like slowing down your fight by a lot. Whereas the theory is on Genichiro, oh, I'm gonna be fighting him anyway, and I shouldn't have to wait too long to get the Mikiris because he's a long fight anyway. But yeah. Absolutely. There are definitely spots where you can farm Mikiris. Okay, monkeys next. So that we can have more attack power. Oh, I should have grabbed... There's a ton of Gokon's sugar in Senpo. I'm not sure I grabbed any of them. Because I need the 5 different... Ow! sugar effects. And obviously, I've already used Akko, I've already used Gachin, I will use Yash, so I need Ungo and Gokhan. Is there an Ishin Monkey Square? There is. Well, for now, equip Mortal Draw, but that will get replaced with a Monk Art. Is Praying Strikes good? Is Praying Strikes Exorcism good? Is whatever this is good? I have no idea what Monk Arts are actually good. Oh, they're technically called Temple Arts. Well, I guess this is slightly a testing. Let's, I guess, see how this feels on the general here. Love the Monk Arts. Okay, we'll see how it feels on this random general. Hey, you. Stop alerting people. They'll run over to the guy who shot, who apparently cannot tell them about where I am. It is good at interrupting him from things, at the very least. Oh, I forget how slow his attacks are. Oh, I forget how slow his attacks are. They're so slow. And you don't get a lot of iframes. Come on over. Aw. Oh my god. Yeah, every time. You want to dodge out of your, attack, but it's just too early if you do. Okay. Oh. Stop. No! Why did it buffer an extra attack? This is so sad. Only one death blow, only valid bosses. Yeah, this one is, I can do it in one death blow. I'm just bad and keep not getting the stealth death blow. I'll be a little more cheesy this time to make sure I get it. So then, if I just quit out, everything stays dead and he is none the wiser. I thought I could just do it with 2 death blows, but nah, that's just like way too slow. There we go. Okay, definitely a viable option. Also, that is our 3rd general or leader. Generally viable, but you have to know the strat and be willing to commit to cheesing. Do some singing practice, like always. Good luck. Okay, so now let's just, oh, actually before fitting prosthetics to save a trip, let's go buy the umbrella prosthetic. Which I should have gotten right after talking to Ishin. It would have saved me a trip. I guess only if I had money at that point. It is 1600. We also need anti-air death blow, right? No, not in this one. No anti-air, just umbrella. Do I have enough for 1600? I do. Okay, so now equip our prosthetics. That'll be Miss Raven, and that'll be Umbrella, and that will be Fit 5 Shinobi prosthetics. Sometimes I feel generals are harder than a lot of real bosses. They're not really harder, but they can throw off a player a lot, even if you have a lot of experience with in general. Wham! Lightning strikes. This would have been a good 3-line board as well. Like, look at how close to lines we are here. Okay, so let's now go to down to Miss Noble. We know we can get a Divine Grass down there as well, which will also get the prayer bead from the poison statue's head. We're going to need more money for more unique gourd purchases as well. Oh, okay, cool. And then after we go down there and money and get the ability to swim, we can then head to Fountainhead, I guess. Wait, we've already got... We're gonna need to make it night. We also want to get eaten by the Great Serpent, which means we have to go to Gunfort. Got eaten by the Great Serpent is already like a lot of things you need to do type of. Grab this. Like, it requires you to go to Monkeys for Puppeteer. And it requires you to go through Gunfort. So, like, the only thing it doesn't require is Mibu. I wonder if we don't want that as a square then. If it's too much of the classic, oh, it just requires you to do an any % run. I mean, it's probably fine. It's kind of a later game thing, and we have a lot of, like, early game stuff. The stars on some of the squares indicate things that I'm, like, keeping my eye on. Yeah, remembering them. I also need to think about, we need Ungo's and Gokon's sugars. And I haven't routed out a good spot for where to find those easily. What is this random pickup? Oil. Okay, not really useful. What about this one? Remember to die to Miss Noble. Which then, speaking of... See, he hits pretty hard. It doesn't take that long to die to Miss Noble. Some more Yash sugars. How many matches have you run of Sekiro Bingo? With this new board list... we tried a 1 square or a 1 line bingo, a 2 line, a 3 line, and now a blackout. We haven't, with this exact list, done a lockout versus somebody yet. But we did do a lockout of the previous list that was close to this one. While we're here, let's purchase... the unique gourd. Might as well. So one of the gourds now. Akko jump off Senpo Mountain monks. We will have already used plenty of Akko. I need a Gokon and an Ungo. Balloon. Or balloon. Get yourself coffee and toast. Hopefully that helps you wake up. Hopefully. Let's get our last divine grass over here. Oh, also, I forgot to mark the prayer bead from the poison pool statue's head. Boom! Look at all those lines! Holy... Double bingo. Don't need a red lump. What am I doing? And this was a small bag of money, but money nonetheless. And then the thing at the bottom here, was it a sugar? No, it was a scrap. Okay. Yep. Money, money, money. Oh, I guess since I need to acquire carp scales, I can just purchase a gourd with carp scales anyway. I don't really need to, think too much about money anymore. Do we have squares about ledge death flows? We do not. I didn't think they were that, like, interesting. I just remembered that I got my 3rd Divine Grass. Ungo sugars can be bought from Fujioka and at Shugendo. Okay, and then how about Gokans? I'm pretty sure there's just a bunch in Senpo that I just might not have done. We can drop it in and say, I'm so glad you're continuing this. Bingus is fun. Heck yeah, it's so much fun. Oh, I already picked up some Gokans. Presumably in Senpo. While trying to pick up other random stuff. Okay, so I can get that square right now then. Hear about the Sekiro show coming out? I did. He does, in fact, sell infinite Ungos. So I should use an Ungo. Ooh, that's a nice little dance he does for that buff. But then Yash we're actually going to use for defeating something. I don't think I've used a Yash yet. Let's get eaten by the Great Serpent next. Getting an anime, but not a DLC or a sequel. Well, it could be a sign that they will announce a DLC or a sequel. If they care enough about, you know, keeping the IP alive that they have an anime about it, then it would make for a good time for them to announce. Hey. I mean, it's probably not happening, but it's more likely than it was before they announced the anime. You know? Time for Sekiro, the anime, the game. That's what I've been saying. It'd be such a good game. If the anime gets a lot of views, that would help things too. True, so everyone make sure to watch it. Like, on Crunchyroll. So that they get, you know, the legit numbers of people watching it. Sekiro anime watch party? Perhaps, perhaps. Did we get a flashback of Tomoe? That would be cool. If they add new stuff that we haven't, like, seen before in the game. Ow! Well, this sure is some kind of gun fort. Odds we make it through have dropped dramatically now. Yep. Any advice to get audience as a Souls runner? Be good, be entertaining, and do not worry about getting an audience. It is almost assured that if your goal is to grow an audience, it's just like not really gonna happen like that. You just have to have fun with it and be an entertaining personality. Unless you're willing to, like, you know, be like a Kai Cenat where every single thing you're doing is like a full, you know, production value thing and you're making like every day an event. The main thing to do is just play the game and be having fun with it, and even when there are 0 people watching, just be like, it doesn't matter. I'm playing and I'm having fun, and that is okay. And people will eventually find you. I don't want to use Gash on you. Oh, I still didn't get jumping combat arts. Oh well. Okay, so it should be able to just activate this bridge. Go grab the next idol in case I need it. Which I won't. And then go do the puppeteering things. Body blocked him for a little. You can skip to Toxic Mob from here. Yes. I don't think I'll have enough money to buy from Toxic Mob right now, but I could, yeah. Do I have enough? Yeah, I don't. As expected. We'll just buy with carp scales. The red gourd. When it's time. Like, I'd be more concerned with it if it was lockout, but for blackout, it's not a concern. You can just do it whenever it's most convenient. He's here already? I guess I did buy the Iron Fortress from him. Yeah. No, this makes sense, actually. Oh, that's another Mibu Balloon of Spirit. Unlikely that you would wait till now to need one. And now you simply don't press the button, and then... Whoa! Whoa! Oh! Eaten by Sneck. Okay, I guess now we just set it to night and go from there, because that's about it. Or we just at least head to, Fountainhead. Yomp. Cromch. How have I never seen that animation? I mean, why would anybody not press the second attack button to kill the snake? You know? Okay, and here is where we will use the final sugar effect. I still have not gotten jumping mortal draw. Because I am a fool. Where does it even take you? Into the cave. That's right there. Nice. We're playing Long May the Shadows Reflect. Yeah, I've heard interesting things about that one. Definitely one that I want to check out at some point. Okay, let's do all the carp scale stuff now, I think. Also, I had a ton of ash. I could have used that to make the fight faster. Ah! Wasn't Long May just mini boss spam? I'm not sure. I've basically heard it's a bad mod. Like, it's just not high quality. But if all you're looking for is, I want, you know, extreme difficulty, give me challenges, then like it'll scratch that itch, even if it's not as well constructed as something like Sekiro Resurrection. Also, what's down here? Oh, another bulging coin purse? That's actually really good to know about. What are you doing here? Well, no idea what you said, but okay. Good luck with that. Ceramic shard. Should have known. Should always have known. I think we just go down here for these two. Which don't actually take that long to get. Then head back up. Okay, just in case, because Enfeeble. See a super duper hard drunkard fight on YouTube. Ah. Grab those three. Gotta love that grandma. Yeah. Okay, so then we give the Water of the Palace, which gives us 5 more carp scales, and I think we'll basically be there. We might need to grab like 1 or 2 more in Harada, as we then are buying the unique gourd there anyway. Depths. Cave door. Ruled and wait, this is a second grandma? I think so. I don't know. I don't know how many grandmas are there or what they want. Hey, are you late? You're so late. You may as well not even have shown up with how late you are. If I remember correctly, they're sisters. Oh. Roomba stomping after a sweep, not optimal for this boss. For which boss? The answer for some is yes. But I'm not sure which one I didn't. Oh, True Monk? Yeah, if you Goomba stomp, she just hits you out of the air and you die. Yeah, you cannot Goomba stomp True Monk. The game just simply says no. Did you get Sunken Valley carp scales? No, but I'm just gonna grab the ones on the way to... I should have. Probably. I'm just gonna grab this one, which I think already puts me at 15, but just to double check. It does. Okay. And then if I needed one more, I would grab the other one over by this Pot Noble. Just do that. Oh, there's also another Divine Grass here, which I forgot about. That would have been faster than one of the ones that I got. Okay, now we just have to set it to night. By defeating the Divine Dragon, and then we can defeat Shigekichi, the second Ashina Elite, and we can puppeteer the Lone Shadow Duo fight. I thought we could because I remember doing them. In Phase 1, you can. In Phase 3, you can if you get lucky, but if you get unlucky, she'll just swipe you out of the air. So it's just a gamble that's generally not worth it. She'll either swipe you out of the air, or she'll put down the, spray, the, vomiting spray, where you're landing, so you just, land into it and take a bunch of damage. I'm finally gonna get the jumping mortal draw skill so that I can kill dragon faster. Also going to equip that because I need it eventually. And I don't want to forget. And then while I'm here, ascending and descending carp. That I never really got, so what was the point of me even getting the skill book? But oh well. Oh, I am so weak compared to what you would be in a speed run. Oh. Nice. Nice. Not bad, not bad. Have you tried puppeteering an enemy multiple times? Yeah, I have done that. Did it 3 times on Lone Shadow that stands by Vilehand in Ashta Castle. Vile health power with just the Lone Shadow. Yep. I have done that before, yeah. It's very funny. Spends a lot of emblems, but as long as you're fine on emblems, yeah, it's pretty fun. Does someone get hit by the lightning that comes down on the way to dragon, which I didn't know was possible? Yep, it ruins speedruns sometimes. We have had multiple like PB pace runs die because we got random lightninged in various categories. I think technically it's not random, but you guys see the anime trailer? Art style ain't great, IMO. I think the art style's fine. But yes, we have seen it. I don't actually need this secret passage key, but I have it now. Still checks out for sure. Yeah, it may not be the greatest thing of all time, but I feel like it's like fine. Okay, surely. Shigekichi won't troll us, surely. Nice. No armor, Shigekichi. Oh, I technically split that slightly early. I should have split that on that, but that's fine. That was clean. Slice of life episode with Kuro and the Divine Child just being cute together. No, that would be terrible. Why would you want that? Give me the actual good stuff, not that. Okay. Does it matter whether we do the... Yeah, it's actually... To get around in the correct way, we need to do Ashina Elite first. No more Yash Sugar, unfortunately, so I just gotta tough it out. We probably have more Akko, though. Only 2, but that's enough. There we go. There's the second Ashina Elite. And lastly... Oh, we now have another Yash for the Lone Shadow duo. I think you can do it without Ganchin Sugar. They're not here! You have to get the owl invasion! They're not here! Okay, we have another duo we can do it on. I did not even know that. I didn't know that setting it to night does not count as setting it to evening as well. That is completely fine now. Made this mistake on Sunday. What mode were you playing where you could set it to night before evening? Were you doing like a bingo with the save? Bro is absent. Don't hit me. My puppeteered minion. Ow. He left me in the fire. But there we go. A full board. Time. In an hour and a half. Not bad, not bad. I don't feel like this was the slowest board that we could have gotten. I feel like it was definitely on the slightly faster side, but I also feel like I didn't play it ridiculously fast. So, not bad. That puppet survived for a while, yeah. Mostly because it didn't require us to make it afternoon at all. It didn't require us to make it evening. Like, there were a few that made us make it night, but because they were all nights and not some evenings, some nights, I got to only make it night and not worry about making it evening. So we got to save some time. Complete board. How goes the bingo testing? Well, it goes pretty well. That was a pretty good test. I feel like that totally worked. So the only one so far of squares to take out, and I'm just gonna do that right now. Was 3 upgrades. Control find upgrade. Perform 3 prosthetic upgrades. I think prosthetic upgrades are just kind of suck, so that's gonna put us at 101 squares, but that seems fine. I change it in the other spot that I have it saved as well. Save. And then, is there anything else that we would want changed? Like, oh, the point of this was for testing purposes. Is there anything else we would want changed for bingo? What up? Even bingo couldn't save the prosthetic. Well, I mean, using the prosthetics is fun. It's just the prosthetic upgrade system that's very, very cumbersome and blah 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 blah. So yeah. Animation style looked kind of different in the new Sekiro anime. It did look kind of different. It was not your typical anime style, but I think I appreciated that. New Game Plus is great once the prosthetics are acquired. Yeah, if you like New Game Plus stuff. I'm not a New Game Plus enjoyer that much. Okay, so yeah, debriefing. We got done with a 1-line, 2-line, 3-line, and Blackout in under 4 hours, which seems like, you know, okay, so you could challenge somebody to 4 sets of bingo in 4 hours, assuming you challenge them to a 1-line, 2-line, 3-line, then Blackout, which isn't exactly the way that you might do it, but, like, seems like it's timely enough. It's not like a overly long, drawn-out thing. Seems like if you wanted to have a best of 3 with somebody, there is time for that. It's not, like, so long, like an Elden Ring bingo that could go up to an hour and a half or 2 hours that, like, a best of 3 feels really long. It seems like you could get them done pretty consistently, probably in an hour, if you're doing a lockout. Considering it was an hour and a half for us to get the entire board, if you were splitting that between 2 people, doing that in around an hour seems reasonable. Or if you wanted to race on a 3-line, that took me about an hour. Or if you wanted to race on a 2-line or 1-line, those are even faster. And then I guess we could think about whether we even want late game squares. So, like, on this board, on this particular board, ones that I found to be maybe a little defeat both Ashina elites. Like, having one be, oh, you can get there right away, and one be, wait till the very end of the game, was a little strange. Technically, you can have both Ashina elites exist at the same time. You can set it to night without having killed the first Ashina elite, and it will stay there as long as you have not set it to evening. So, like, technically, there's some kind of cool synergy routing with it, but I didn't love defeat both Ashina elites. How about, like, you can compete from one line to Blackout on the same board, and each set carries different points, like Blackout giving 10 points or something, while lines giving 1 each depending on who reaches the goal first. I would probably have it be something like... Yeah, it would probably be something like one line is worth 1 point. 2 lines is worth 2 points for whoever gets to each of them first. So if one person gets the first line, but then the other person gets 2 lines before them, they'd be ahead by 1 point. Getting 3 lines worth, let's say 3 points. So if one person got the 1 and 2 line first, but then the other person got the 3 line first, they'd be ahead by, or they'd be tied. And then Blackout being worth less than the combined of them, less than 6, but enough that in almost all cases, whoever gets Blackout first wins, which maybe is too silly. But if Blackout was worth like 5 points, if it was like 1, 2, 3, 5, then whoever gets Blackout first wins unless somebody gets the 1 line, 2 line, and 3 line all before their opponent. Maybe that then doesn't make any sense then, because the only thing you need to race for is not losing on all 3 of 1, 2, 3, and then just go for Blackout. So maybe that's kind of silly then. Yo, what up, Hamid? You can't sub, Sag. Dang it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's a way to make a format like that work. I feel like that's probably a little too silly, trying to go for like a ton of different objective things at once. Yeah, other than that, I feel like these are pretty good. There's maybe something to be said about carp scales. If it's just like, oh, you have to go to Fountainhead, maybe that's a little uninteresting. If maybe the number 15 carp scales is too much. And like, even if you did go to Fountainhead, it still just takes a while to get them. Maybe it should be a little lower, a little more rushable, like a 10 or something. But I'm not sure. I looked up the Sekiro anime trailer. It does look different, in a good way. I like when my animes don't all look exactly the same, and a show has a distinct and interesting art style. My only maybe iffy observation is that the characters pop too much in scenes where they're drawn with lower detail, and it's a bit distracting. This has been Alcrat's Reviews. Thank you. Guessing it's already been mentioned that, did you guys see the Sekiro anime announcement? No, not at all. We weren't just talking about it. Oh, also Get Eaten by the Great Serpent, we were a little iffy on because it does feel like it incentivizes doing any percent run, but I think that'll be fixed a good bit once the mod is made that allows you to do monkeys right away, because then you could just go straight to monkeys, then you'd still need the Gunfort key to then go to Gunfort to do that, but it would be less feeling like, oh, I have to do the whole any percent route. So maybe that one could be fixed. The company behind the Sekiro anime is boasting about their new approach to create animes with AI. Link me to that. I don't believe that that's exactly the way that they said it. More importantly, have you seen the Lego Batman trailer? No. Getting eaten by a certain is funny, though. Also shows off the animation. Yeah. I think with the mod, I think it's fine. Shigekichi, like, do we want night to even be a thing? Like, maybe. Hear me out. Let me spitball a little thing. I don't think this works, but I was thinking, what if you... If we find a way to separate states of day, which I think is going to be a lot harder than we thought, because it's not just it teleports you to a different instance, like Ashen Capital, right? Ashen Capital can exist at the same time as regular Capital, because they're just two separate places that it teleports you to, but in Sekiro, that is just not the case, and we know that because of this. It does actually, like, update the game state and the game world in certain places. It doesn't just teleport you to one place that is everything at night, because the Lone Shadow duo isn't here. The fact that it can, like, sequentially update only parts of the world as you update the game state means it's not just one big instance that it can teleport you to. But anyway, back to what I was saying. If we can find a way to separate that, what if you immediately had an idol that was also set to night? So that the night squares you could just go to right away. You could. Now, you wouldn't really want to, because they're going to be really high-scaled enemies that are going to kick your butt, but that you wouldn't have to go through Divine Dragon, and Divine Dragon would be something that you would do if you wanted Divine Dragon. And so then we can be more okay with having squares that are more about Divine Dragon. And have it be, like, you know, an objective as opposed to a gatekeeper to go to night. Because it just feels like setting it to night right now is just, like, asking for punishment. Doesn't necessarily mean that Sekiro anime is created with generative AI, but people already are losing their minds. Okay, let's see. What does it say? It says, I hadn't heard of Qzilla, the production company behind Crunchyroll's Sekiro anime. The trailer, okay, but something felt kind of off. Look them up on MAL, and they didn't, my anime list, I think is what that is, and they didn't seem to have much motion in terms of the 13 things it's produced. Check the company website, and lo and behold. We are actively developing technology with the goal of maximizing the value created per second by all those involved in anime production. We challenge the conventional wisdom of existing methods, collaborate with partner companies with high technical capabilities, and utilize the latest technologies such as AI to evolve production processes and expressions, thereby bringing about digital disruption in the anime industry. Yeah, a lot of buzzwords. Yeah. I don't know, maybe. I mean, mostly just sounds like, yeah, maybe they did not pick the most quality production studio for this, which is perhaps not a great sign. Sad. Sad indeed. Somewhat inconclusive, but doesn't sound, yeah, it doesn't sound like they're, Production of fully hand-drawn 2D animation Sekiro No Defeat has been confirmed. Awesome. So, great. Sounds like it's not gonna be AI generated. It just might not be the highest quality because it sounds like it's a studio that does not have a proven track record of doing good work. But that's okay. Oh well. Have we heard about the Liza P multiplayer mod? I don't think I've heard about that, no. I mean, I don't know that I would do that anyway, but it's at least interesting to hear about. Always sus about a lot of buzzwords, yeah. At least we're going to have the Elden Ring live action movie. Oh no. What if the screenplay is either? Why would they need to do that? They can just take voice lines from the game. They could just take the entire game and basically just play it. With The Rock as Radon. Oh, goodness. Okay, alright. How goes the Sekiro Bingus testing? I think it goes well. We did a 1-line, a 2-line, a 3-line, and a Blackout, and I feel like they were all good. And we're talking about the potential problems and potential fixes. So we talked about how I think mods will help a lot in making it feel less restrictive on I guess also just the mod that lets you go straight to monkeys. You'd still have to do Genny, but at least you wouldn't have to do Gyobu. You'd just have to do monkeys and monk in order to get the Mortal Blade and air swimming. And you wouldn't have to do Genny or Gyobu or Ape in order to set it to night. So actually maybe the night ones are fine. They still, if you wanted to rush it and sneak it out from your opponent, you still could. Even if in a lot of boards that would be a bad idea. Similar to if there was a square that was, you know, defeat Baal the Dread, like that's not something anyone would want to do as a first square, but if you had 4 in a line already, Baal isn't that far out of the way to get to. Setting it to night on the current settings, if we had the mod that lets you skip Gyobu and Genny to get to monkeys, wouldn't be that bad. That'd actually be pretty fine. Is air swimming allowed? No. It's just we have a mod that from the start of the game currently unlocks the Ashina Castle idol, which got relocked when I set it tonight, and the Fountainhead Palace idol. And then we want a mod on top of that that lets you go straight to monkeys without having to fight Genichiro or Gyobu in order to talk to Ishin those 2 times. You think it will be a Shura speedrun? The anime, so 1 episode, approximately 30 minutes, and then it's done. Yeah, I'm sure that's what they're gonna do. It'll be a 30-minute episode, and the anime will be over. So I think that pretty much solves those problems. And it's okay to have some late game stuff. I'd say the only maybe like slight quote-unquote problem is that the late game stuff is kind of all the same type of thing. Make it night. But I think that's just how Sekiro works. If we also have Father's Bell Charm from the start, we can make more things that involve Harada 2. I don't know what we would have that involves Harada 2. Or even just late Harada, you know, Lady Butterfly. Is there anything cool, unique that we could put in Harada 2? Because right now I have 0 things for Harada 2, except for get Mikiri countered by Owl, which you could do on either Owl. Is there anything else cool in Harada 2? Anything unique? There's a Lone Shadow, which has synergy with Lone Shadow squares. There's a Drunkard, which has synergy with the Drunkard squares. It's a duo, so you could puppeteer the duo. It's got synergy there. And it's got the owl one. So, like, technically everything in it already has a square that it at least synergizes with, but you're never, like, really forced to go there. I thought having Father's Bell Charm blocks early Harada access. What do you mean? You just can't go into Father's Bell Charm until you have the first Harada completed, I'm pretty sure. Maybe something with the Lone Shadow's dogs. Yeah. Okay, I might hate this. But what if it's like whistle, use the finger whistle at the same time as the Lone Shadow? Whistle buddies. You whistle together. Gives a use for the finger whistle that right now is not a square. And you could either complete it at him. There's another one that whistles for dogs, right? Got someone to test this with? Not today. Can walk backwards on the bridge. Is there anything to do backwards on the bridge? It's really cute, actually. Doesn't that samurai that helps you do something different in Harada 2? He's just not there in Harada 2. He's just like dead or something. Does the finger whistle really work on those? I tried it, but it didn't have any effect. Maybe I did it wrong, though. No, it wouldn't have any effect. It would just be a funny... You whistle as he whistles for the dogs. So it's like a force you to get the whistle and force you to have to fight the dogs. So it doesn't do anything. It would just be funny. Let me put it in the list. And we can test that and see if we like it. I could even test that right now. Defeat a lone shadow after whistling at the same time as them. It's kind of a weird wording, but close enough. You put receive the prayer beads, but only in Harada 2. Kind of lame, but eh. Yeah, I feel like that's a little lame. If there was anything more that's like unique to Harada 2, we could put that. Put it for future testing. Why not now testing? Let's test now. Oh, wait, I can't, because I can't get access to Harada 2. Because I didn't grab Father's Bell Charm before setting it tonight. Never mind. Yeah, we really need that mod to, or, I mean, I could technically set up a save. I just have to find the right cheat table to cheat it into myself. But yeah. Does he immediately go for the whistle, or is it an RNG thing? If you just, like, don't touch him as you walk in, he will, I think, always whistle. And if you do the correct opener, and leave him space behind him, he will whistle in phase 2 basically every time, if you, like, set it up just right. But I believe he always whistles at the start. If you do nothing. Get 1 Mikiri counter on the White Spearsman. Couple fights where NPCs can join you. Could letting them get the last hit be a thing? A couple? I can only think of Juzo 1, where blue is with you, and we do have that as a square. It's not let him get the last hit; it's make sure he survives, because he can't technically get the last hit because you have to take the death blow. But yeah. What other ones are there? What other ones can NPCs join you? Is it like Jin Zaimon if you go through his entire quest? Does he, like... I don't think he would help you fight Orin, right? He'd be entranced by her? Where else can you have help? Is there anywhere else that you can have help besides Blue on Juzo 1? I don't think there is. Okay. So let me look at... Let me look at all of the squares together. Except for one, because I think we have 101 squares, but... Oh, that is way too small to see. Alright, hold on, hold on. Yeah, I think even at this size, we're not really going to be able to read those that well, but close enough. And then... 10 times for one line, yeah. So if we look at the whole set of them, for anybody that can actually read this, yeah, this is what a 10 by 10 would look like, by the way. We can go through and see if there's ones that we like or we hate. 24-hour blackout match. We'll star any ones that we think there could be, like, problems with. So, 3 bosses with Ashina in the name is pretty fun, actually. Divine Child of Persimmon currently feels like too much of a... oh, you just do this as you're doing monkeys, which you're gonna do anyway. But, like, I feel like with the mod, we'll feel better. You can die to Miss Noble. Yes. When you say 3 unique roosters, what exactly distinguishes them? So, if you see a rooster and you killed it and then you respawned it by resting and then you killed it again, that wouldn't count. So just 3 of not the same one. So if you... I mean, I suppose you could confuse yourself if there are 2 roosters, you killed one, then rested and been like, which one did I kill already? You know, you could confuse yourself, but for the most part, you'll see 2 roosters, kill them both, and go, I now have 2, let me go find one more. And it's, you know, pretty simple. 3 Divine Grass was great. The Monkey Booze from the Sunken Valley Monkeys is very funny, and can be a bit of a troll as well. Do you stealth, Deathblow, Wu Guy by triggering, then leaving the aggro range? Yes, you have to find some way of de-aggroing. You can either do that by going, like, all the way around to, like, the backside of the dojo, and then, like, waiting for everybody to de-aggro, then coming back. And you can actually do it on either Wu Guy. We decided there's actually 2 Wu Guys, so you could do it in the back side. You just have to make sure that as he lands, he, you know, doesn't die. And then you can do it on either one. So if you're doing it on the front side one, the best way to do it is front side dojo skip, just to get high enough that he can't see you. And if you're doing it on the back side one, you just rest, make sure that the explodey guy explodes first, then get him down, go back into the dojo, wait a bit, and then get him. It's not too bad. I'm streaming to the Giga Board, a jump scare. The Giga Board, exactly, so that we can look at all of them and decide which ones we like and which ones we hate. Do you mean true hitless, perfect deflects, or no damage? True hitless. True hitless. Following the hitless rule set. You could make Yobu deflect only just one phase to make it faster. No, I like Yobu deflect only both phase. It's fun. I don't want that one to be faster. It's already pretty fast. Just tuned in. What is before my eyes? It's all the squares, so we can evaluate each one. I'm putting a star next to anyone that, like, we have any possible consideration or problem with. 4 different alcohols to 1 NPC. That one's good. I just need to route out the fastest 4 alcohols, and I have done that before, but I forget. Aerial, Stealth, Deathblow, and Wu Guy. That one gets a star because it's a little bit lame. It's kind of funny, but it's also a little bit, oh, cool, Stealth, Deathblow, a guy. Like, who cares? It doesn't have a great reason to exist. It's just kind of funny. And then, you know, you do the house rules of you have to when you do it. But that, it wouldn't be, you know, officially on the square. 2 headless honestly feels like the right number. Boss after poisoning them is a lot of fun. 3 unique game foul is fun. Fried chicken is fun. Gyobu with only deflects is fun. Bulging coin purse from the 3 spinny guys by monkeys. It's a little... I think it's less lame than the aerial death blow by on Wu Guy, but it's a little kind of lame because it's like it's just some random guys, but it is a unique one-time reward for the first time you kill the 3 of them, so I think it's kind of cool. But I'll put a star next to it. What if you greened the good ones for vibes? So greened like the absolute best ones? Play this board, it'd be funny. Oh god, this would take forever. Okay, so the ones that I really like. I really like Gyobu with only deflects. I think that is a great one. I honestly, I really like defeat a boss after poisoning them. I think that's a great one. I like make fried chicken a lot. Like, it feels like a great use of flame vent, of picking up oil, and it's funny to boot. Like, it feels like a good, well-balanced square that is also funny. So glad fried chicken is still here. Yes. The Holy Chapter Infested. I'm thinking about whether I want to green that one. I like that you can either rush it, or if you wanted to do other things first, if you wanted to kill like Genichiro first, you can still get it later. It just requires diving instead. I think I'm going to say I quite like that one. 2 drunkards is boring, but obviously it deserves to be there. Purchase 2 unique gourds is pretty darn good. Defeat Genichiro at Ashina Castle is maybe honestly bad. Maybe we take that one out. The reason we maybe take that one out is because we have other ones that are so likely to be done on Genichiro anyway, that why give a square for him? It'd be like having a square that was just defeat, you know, Gaius in Commander Gaius in Elden Ring DLC. It's like, oh, but people already do that anytime they need to remembrance boss with remembrance weapon, anytime they need to kill a boss hitless, or anytime they need Commander Gaius's pants. So it's like, why have a square just for kill the guy you're going to do anyway? So maybe that one is... But... Idle out of 8 fight is kind of meh. Oh, okay, I'll... We're not there yet, but when I get to that one, I will keep that in mind. I'm not gonna find it on the square list, and you tell me, no, it's like slightly down left. It's like a little, and I'll be like, bro, I'm not gonna find that. We'll go through it as we go through it. The reason that you might keep defeat Genichiro at Ashina Castle, is because it's something that somebody could choose to rush, which would lock themselves out of... Here's the other one. Defeat a boss after Mikiri, Sweep Stomp, and Lightning Reversal. Because they wouldn't have Mikiri yet if you rushed it. You just can't get it. Defeat a boss after 6 Mikiri counters was one we were thinking of cutting as well. It's not too bad, but like... And there's a lot already. 3 that are most likely you're going to do on Genichiro. It's not the worst thing to have ones where you might want to rush it versus get insane synergy later, but I don't know. Feels very, very incentivized already. Maybe replace it with Whistle Buddies. Maybe. First column, third row from the bottom. Okay, that was a good description. All right, fine. I'll put the star on it. Fine. 3 old lady rewards. I like. It's like very rushable, which maybe makes it kind of bad, but I think I'm okay with that. This feels like the acquire 3, or was it even 2? The glowy things that only appear at night in Elden Ring DLC bingo. Like, it feels like it's just 3 that you can just, like, pop, 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 and get them. But I feel like that one's pretty decent. 1 underwater headless, I think, makes sense. It's like defeat 2 headless, but you have to get water breathing first, so it takes a little bit. If you really want to defeat Genny, there's already the tutorial reflection square. Yeah. Yeah, I think we probably just cut defeat Genny. So, if I switch teams real quick to the red team and mark that as one that we're not super happy about, that probably just gets cut. 6 Mikiri counters is a lot. It's actually kind of not, surprisingly. Fighting Genichiro normally, you on average get like 4 or 5. It's actually like not that many more than what you would normally get just fighting Genichiro if you don't stick him in the corner. That's why I kind of still like the square, because it basically says fight Genichiro not in the corner. Like, I know a lot of people like, can't we just ban the corner cheese, whatever? This is like a reason you would fight Genichiro not in the corner at all, is to get more Mikiri counters. So I think it's kind of cool. But it is a little bit much to just like sit there and wait. Like, that's the only thing, is like, if you are sitting there and waiting and just like, oh, well, you know, I'm waiting and it's, and the opponent gets it before me because, oh, he happened to do more Mikiri counters earlier, then that does suck. So, I don't know. Decision making you mentioned earlier of Phase 1 versus Phase 2. Yeah, it's got some cool stuff, and it's got some reasons it's not the absolute greatest thing. By the way, I just spotted this next to it. Defeat a memory boss with Demon Bell active, goated square. I love it. Getting to Demon Bell early to get to it, deciding whether to go through the path in Senpo Temple to get access to Senpo, or deciding to go through Ogre in order to get access to Gyobu. Either way, to access the Demon Bell, goated square. That square is great. Touch 4 Remnants is good. I think 4 is the correct number. Honestly, I think eavesdropping probably needs to get changed to be 4 eavesdropping instead of 3, because 3 felt like so rushable. Like, there are more eavesdropping opportunities than remnants. So eavesdropping might be like 5 times or something. You can get Genny to do it with Gourd, Pellet Phase 3, so it's fine. That's true! You could force it! That's actually a great point. You could force it. Yeah, I think it's good. The only thing then is that it conflicts with Mikiri, Sweep Stomp, and Lightning Reversal. Because, like, then they both kind of just read just kill Genny. And maybe that's just too much. They both read get Mikiri counter, kill Genny. Yeah, I'm putting it on the chopping block. I like it, but I think it just is too close to Mikiri, Sweep Stomp, and Lightning Reversal, which I like better. Yeah. Kind of like the rotating walls, floors. It can synergize well with a bunch of squares. Yeah, that one's pretty good. That one's pretty good for sure. And 3 feels like the right number. It doesn't feel like way too many. If anything, maybe 4, but like definitely not 2. 2 feels way too easy. Defeat of 7 Spears is your standard one. Fit the Mistraven prosthetic. It's pretty standard, but I like it. True Corrupted Monk is great. Defeat a Memory Boss hitless. We obviously love those. Umbrella prosthetic. Yep, seems about the right. Simultaneously have the effects of all 4 status resistance consumables. I actually quite liked this one. It wasn't one that we originally had on our list, but it's actually pretty nice. There's like a lot of it, like if you don't want to buy them, you go to like specific places for them. Like, they're not all in one spot where you just get it for free, unless you move the peddler, and then you can just buy them all. And then you still need money, although I guess they're pretty cheap, so it's not too bad. 10 total idols activated is pretty fun. Shuriken prosthetic is just your classic super rushable one. It's fine. One says die to Miss Novel. I love it because it's funny. Yeah. It honestly, testing it out too, it wasn't like that slow. I think before testing it, I would have put a star, like maybe that's lame, maybe that takes too long, whatever. But like testing it out, it's totally fine. It's just fight Miss Noble and it's like lose a little bit of time. And it's like, I think it's totally fine and funny. Yeah, Shuriken is pretty standard. Pine Resin Ember in Mibu is honestly perfectly fine. Send someone to Dojin. Or Dojun. We tested out, you basically just would do that with Jinza every time, but like it was fast and honestly I didn't hate it. 15 carp scales maybe should get lowered. But maybe it's fine. Maybe as like a long-term collection square, maybe it's just fine. Seems like a lot. It is a lot, but you can get 5 plus 3 plus 2 plus 3. You can get 13 fairly free in Fountainhead as long as you also have access to Mibu Village and diving. Lower to 12? There is a consideration to lower to 12. There is a consideration. I think the main reason I wouldn't necessarily want 12 exactly as the number is because 12 is the exact same number that you would need for 3 lapis lazuli. If you have 12 scales, you can buy 2 lapis lazuli, and it activates the quest to get the 3rd lapis lazuli from the pot noble. So it feels like those two maybe then just like link up too well if it's 12. So I might go 10. I might honestly even go lower at like 8 or something to make it something where you could get to it by just going, oh, I'm just going to rush to Harada. There's 3 right there. And then I'm going to go to Senpo. There's 2 in that lake. And then I'm going to go to Mibu. There's 3 or something like that. I would lower it to an amount where you don't feel like you need to go into Fountainhead at all. Right now, 15, you're going to Fountainhead. But if it was something like 8 or maybe even lower, you could get it done around the world just collecting random carp scales. Water Breath unlocks a lot, so it's probably fine. Yeah. So you have to hold all of them in your inventory at once. Can't spend them before. No, you could spend them. You could spend them. It's just you would need to keep track of how many you've spent, which isn't that hard to do. But yeah, that one I think is fine. Seems a good square. I think 15 right now is fine. I don't have any problems with it. It's just it is currently a late game square, so I marked it as like a, you know, maybe. Folding screen monkeys without Gachin sugar is pretty fun. 3 generals or leaders is pretty good. We tested that with our thing today. Although, how many generals are there? 2? Are there only 2 general? 3. 1 before Ogre, 1 after Ogre, 1 at the bottom of Ashina Castle? Is it just 3? And then there's 2 leaders. There's Shigenori Yamauchi at the start, and there's Okami leader Shizu. Right? 3 still seems like the right number. I think we're good with on leaders. Did you count the general with Ashina 7 Spear? That's a good question. He is a general type of enemy, but he is not listed as having the general name. So I might put quotation marks in that. Defeat 3, quote, generals or, quote, leaders, so that it's obvious that it needs to be in a name. I could also completely reword it, can defeat 3 bosses with general or leader in the name, but that feels so cumbersome. Because yeah. Like, because I know we all think of that, oh, that guy is a general type thing, but then there's also random general type enemies that just exist in, like, nighttime, for example. There's just guys that have the general moveset that are just fighting random, like, the guys with, like, the double swords. Yeah, common enemies, yeah. And I don't feel like I want common enemies. So it could be defeat 3 generals or leaders in boss fights, and then you could count that one. But I don't know. I'm not sure. Give the Great Carp 3 precious bait. You can get 3 just in Fountainhead, so I feel like it's pretty fine. And then it's just about getting over to the Great Carp. That one seems fine to me. Defeat this headless ape after defeating its mate. Tested that one. Even without Mortal Draw, it feels fine. Defeat leader or general with 2 health bar. No. I'm not... That's such a, like, gamified version of the wording. I might say defeat 3 general bosses or leader bosses or something like that, but I wouldn't say with 2 health bars. That feels so, like, I don't know. General or leader mini bosses. Yeah, you could do that. You could do that. Specifying that the general or the leader is the mini boss, whereas the 7 spears plus general, the 7 spears is the mini boss. Yeah, I'll probably do that. I'll probably say defeat 3 general or leader mini bosses. Yeah, that works. Poking out the snake eye in the beginning could be a good rushable one. The problem that we had with that one is, it's obviously it's very rushable, but it's something that you can lock yourself out of as an early, like, being able to lock yourself out of something that early feels kind of bad. If you're locking yourself out of something, like, quite late because, oh, I need to set it to night right now in order to snipe away this one last square from my opponent, because if I lose this one square, I lose, so I'm gonna have to lock myself out of something, feels more understandable than, like, oh, I started the game and oops, I ran 10 feet too far. He flips out and goes at the cave and you're like, oh my god, I'm locked out of poking him in the eye now, forever. It just feels like it's way too easy to just lock yourself out completely by accident by just, like, doing your default running path at the very start of the game. So I didn't like it. We cut it for that reason. Get the Doinkler portfolio 3 times. Perfect. Okay, so acquire any mask fragment. I think 1 was the correct number. It already is like semi-rushable, but not really. Whereas 2 was like, oh my god, it took forever. You had to get 7 carp scales and 5,000, and it just ruined any other money you were trying to get. Yeah, I think 1 mask fragment is the correct number. This will always be the one in the dungeon, right? No, I think most often it will be the one at the Pot Noble in Harada. Because it costs 7 carp scales, which usually you have more extra carp scales than you do 5,000 money. 5,000 is just a lot. But not always, right? If Lapis Lazuli is on the board, you might be like, well, I really need my carp scales, so I'm going to build up 5,000 money for it. I think 1 is absolutely the correct number. Where you can do it with money, or you can do it with carp scales. And if you happen to have no reason to go to Harada, you could even get the one for 12, which is still less than the 15 carp scales, but get the one for 12 from the Pot Noble in Fountainhead. So all 3 have a time when they could be viable. So I think it's right. Prayer bead from the poison pool statue's head. Honestly, worked out a lot. I was worried it would be a little too like, oh, you just do this because you're on the way already. And like you do, like, don't get me wrong, you probably have another reason to go to Mibu as well. But it felt like enough of a detour that I liked it. I think it was good. Love how you just say money instead of sen. I get why, but still, yeah.
Dopey redeemed a coin flip and chooses Tails.
Ooh, Tails never fails. All right. 3 lapis lazuli. We were... This kind of still reads similar to kill the great carp. That's like most of the time the fastest way to do that. But there is some consideration for buying 2 of them and then instead of doing his quest, killing the Shichiman warrior, because that could be faster than killing the great carp. Because you don't have to like quit out a bunch and stuff like that. So, and obviously it has synergy if there is 2 Shichiman on the board. So I think 3 lapis lazuli is the right number. I think I'm happy with it, but it remains with a star just in case. All in on tails. Hope I win. I don't want to be timed out. Now you just started your holidays. Well, yeah, that was a scary time to do it then. Duo boss after making them fight each other with Puppeteer is good. The only thing is that it forces Nighttime or Harada 2. Maybe... Do we want to change this instead of being specifically a duo boss to being any boss fight with multiple things in it? So you could do it on like the general that's surrounded by random guys. You could just defeat a boss after puppeteering an enemy to fight them. Do we want to just do that? Porky Spoonie, thank you for the gifted sub. The Dopey win. Hopefully, 1 week of that is not wasted in timeout. Let's make it more scary. Yeah, I like that better. Okay, okay. Let me. I can even change that right now then. Okay. Defeat a boss after making an enemy fight them with Puppeteer. How do you spell Puppeteer? 1 T. Puppet ear. Okay. Okay, so effectively we have changed that one. So I'm gonna go to yellow team. Now we're making it real complicated. Yellow is we already changed it. Hooray. Timed out just means you can't talk, right? Yes. Didn't know there was going to be a spelling bee. Yeah, you can still watch if you're timed out. You only can't watch if you are banned, and the streamer has a setting on where banned people can't watch. Me personally, if you get banned and you want to keep watching for some reason, I do not care. Me, I do not care. But I understand that other people might ban people for, like, really bad things and, like, do not want to, you know, be followed by somebody like that, so I totally understand. But for me, the worst is like people saying bad words in the chat, and it's like banned so you can't chat, but I do not care if you keep watching anyway. Thought you couldn't watch at all. No, you can still watch. You just can't talk. Just no talking. Especially stream snipers. Oh, yeah, I could see that for stream snipers. If I got stream sniped, if I was playing, like, multiplayer games, yeah, I could see that. I could see making it so banned people can't watch. No chatting or point redeems, yeah. Still think the setting is ridiculous, so easily circumvented. It is. All you have to do is log out of your account or log into a different account, but, yeah. I mean, yeah. If someone is truly nefarious, there are ways to get around it, but for a only slightly nefarious person, it at least could provide enough friction that maybe they give up on harassing you and move on to somebody else. So I can see why it at least exists enough that it has a place, but yeah, I don't really use it. Anyway, that's a whole sidetrack. Acquire the Divine Dragon's Tears, which is the same thing as defeat the Divine Dragon, but I kind of liked the acquire as the wording of it. Yeah, that was fine. Both corrupted monk bosses. This one I'm going to give a little star to, because there might be too much reason to do both corrupted monk bosses.
The result is tails.
Like, I might want to get rid of the defeat True Monk square instead, which is going to be somewhere here. Because maybe there's just too much, like, oh, you can... Oh, I'm gonna... Like, it's two squares that do similar things, but... honestly, I think I still mostly like it. I think it's probably gonna stay, but... Congrats on the win. Thank you. You'll be forced to join YouTube chat. Such a terrible thing. Tails. Tails notoriously not failing, as we always have said. I'm sorry, there was a mistake. The result is heads. Oh.
Dopawin has been added as a VIP. Sorry. Congratulations. The result is heads.
Congratulations. Let's go. Mibu, or the Water of the Palace of the Mibu Priest. I like that one. That one's a fun little quick quest. I'm gonna even say I'm gonna put that as like a definite stay. 4 esoteric texts feels like the right number. I like Ishin, Ashina, or Sword Saint. We haven't really gotten a big chance to test it just yet, but that one's pretty fun. It's still a late game square, but it's a late game square that you can get to multiple ways, which is cool. Alright. An owl after getting Mikiri countered. We didn't get a chance to test it today, so... But we did test it last time. And honestly, I feel like as long as you get the mod going that allows you to have Father Owl's Bell Charm right away, it's good. Without that, though, it's a little bit of a question mark. It's a little bit of a star. Couldn't imagine watching on YouTube when using your Twitch Prime sub here every month. Yeah, yeah. 2 enemies after breaking their shields with the axe. That one's goated. I like that one. 2 Shichimen. It's gonna exist. Die to Miss Noble. I think it's I like it. It's possibly got some problems, but honestly, after testing it, I feel like it's solid. I feel like it's a stay, but not a green. Even if I want it to be a green. 3 prosthetic upgrades. That one we already cut, so die. Kotaro, either Pinwheel. That one's pretty good. I like that one. Ashina Elite without blocking or deflecting. That one's pretty good. I like that one. Both bowls, I think, is neat. Both long arm centipedes is a little bit of a question. I might change that to a long arm centipede. I didn't get a chance to test that one today, but what do we think? One of the long arm centipedes is like directly along the way, but you could rush it. You could go straight to Gunfort off the rip, because it's not behind the Gunfort key. It's in front of it. It is a rushable one if there was only one of it. Whereas when you have both, having to go to both Senpo and towards the Gunfort feels a little strange. I might change that one to just be one. Defeat just one, but without deflecting. No, that does not sound fun. No, that would be terrible. Owl after his poison move could also be a cool one, but then you can only do it on one of the 2 owls. And they both feel so late that I like giving an option instead of forcing you to go all the way through to Great Shinobi specifically. Sekiro anime with Ishin backstory? Oh, it does have Ishin backstory? That's cool. I like Genichiro in the tutorial or Reflection of Strength. Maybe I'm a little... But that feels to me like the defeat the grafted scion square, where you can do it in the start, or there's a way to come back later. And you specify you can do it in the Reflection of Strength as the way to come back later. That's not just Oh, just rush Genichiro at Ashina Castle. I think that one's great. Seeing Ishin wrecking face in battle in his prime would be sick. Yeah. Others not so far. It's just near the temple. Yeah, neither of them are, like, overly far. It's just a little bit of, like, you have to go both directions. You know? If it was one, it would be pretty rushable in either direction, but I don't know that that's bad. I don't know that it's bad to have both long-armed centipedes. I'll keep thinking about that one. I'm gonna give that one an orange. More colors, more colors. We haven't changed it yet, but I think I want to. All the colors. Okay. Separately buffed with the 5 sugar effects. That one was pretty neat. I'm throwing that one in the that one worked. That one, well, maybe not that much. Maybe it's not like my favorite one ever, but like that one definitely worked. Ichimonji only was a lot of fun. Would do again. Where's this headache? Is it supposed to be a bingo board or Dance Dance Revolution? Yes. This is just us looking through every square and deciding which ones we love that I'm marking in green. Which ones we're questioning. Should we do something with this? I'm starring. One that we already changed that I marked in yellow. One that I'm like pretty sure I'm almost definitely going to change that I marked in orange. And then a couple that we're cutting that I marked in red. This is our entire board all at once. Can't even remember what the second color represented. That's the centipede first. You contemplated removing Miss Noble one, but ended up liking it in testing. I mean, like, the Miss Noble one was about, like, how it was gonna work. Whereas Long Arm Centipede is, like, what do I want the purpose of the square to be? I know exactly what fighting a Long Arm Centipede entails. I mean, I guess I'm not sure how annoying it would be to fight the Long Arm Centipede in Senpo at low level, but outside of that, I don't know. I feel like I understand the square. It's just like, do I want another thing that kind of feels like you have to go to multiple places? Because, like, I feel like I'm okay with it being just one, because like, it's okay if it's along the way to something you're gonna do anyway. Like, that's fine. It's not a bad thing to have a square that's for something you were gonna do along the way, along one of the ways anyway, because it's something you would never do off the bat unless you were trying to rush that square. You would never just go through Gunfort before you have the Gunfort key, unless you're trying to take out Long Arm Centipede right away, because you know, it's an easy square, or you know you're going to go through there later anyway, so might as well grab the square before your opponent, before doing other things. So I think as a 1, it would already be fine. And then, obviously, if you did the one in Senpo, that's already, you got to go out of your way to get it. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna straight up change it to 1. Defeat a Long Arm Centipede. Save. It is changed. Okay, so now you will be no longer orange. Instead, you shall be yellow. Last colors, last colors. Looks like one of the board games from your childhood. No rice or rice ball squares. We have give the persimmon to the divine child, which is like the step before that, which felt like just the correct number of steps. Giving the rice to Kuro was one more step, and it just felt like too many. It felt like one step too many for give the rice ball to Kuro. And then obviously just eating rice is a step along the way to giving persimmon to the divine child. So it already, I have it starred because I still am, it's not my favorite square. I'm not sure if we would want to change it, but I felt like anything with the rice was either too little or too much. But to have some squares that give the opponent information after all. True, and possibly false information. Right? Because if you see them mark it, you're like, oh, they must have gone to Gunfort. Wait, but what if they went to Senpo? Tricky, tricky. The thing that Kuro gives you to eat as a snack fairly early. He does. You get rice from the divine child at Senpo. And then eventually, after getting enough rice from her, you get rice to give to Kuro, then he gives you sticky rice. But Kuro normally doesn't give you any until that point. Mitch, maybe. Me, keep it. Mitch, frick you, I'll remove it. Yep. Upgrade vitality to 14. 14 was about the right number. You need to get a good number of prayer beads, but it's not like infinitely many. Like we ended this one at 14. The one that we did, the Blackout board, but I wasn't going for prayer beads. I skipped a lot of them. So you can get it passively, or you can get it like actively as soon as possible. I don't know why I remembered that as being early. It's not, like, too late. It's just not particularly early. 2 different reflections of strength. Was a little slow. I'm considering making that 1. Because it's, like, it's completely out of the way from anything else you would do. But 1 feels like you could get it done super early. Which isn't really what I want. So, I think 2 is the correct number. Even though Reflections of Strength do take a little while. They take longer than the regular version of the boss. You could still kind of rush it after you've just done 2 memory bosses, which you can do quite early. But it does take time out of your schedule to do them. So I think 2 is probably right. What are my top 3 squares so far? Any of the ones in green are the ones that I really like. What's with the colors? Green are the ones I really like. Reds are the ones I really don't like, and I'm probably just straight up deleting. And yellow are ones that I've already changed. That I liked the idea, but they didn't quite work out exactly the way I was looking for, so I made changes to them. Reflection of Strength is a bit harder than regular version. Didn't know that. It's technically not harder, nor is it easier. It's technically a set difficulty, whereas when you face them in the regular game, it's variable difficulty depending on how powerful you are. But in the Reflection, they are always exactly the same difficulty. But that difficulty generally is harder than most people will experience most bosses at. Nice to have some slower squares. You don't want it to be a super quick match, I presume. Right, yeah. And it's one that, like, if you want it, you can go for it right away. It just is going to slow you down on other things. Both Ashina Elites is one that I am strongly considering just being like, nah, this sucks. But one doesn't make sense, because we have a square that is defeat an Ashina Elite without deflecting. Like, one doesn't make sense. Saying just defeat the Red Eyes Ashina Elite could make sense, but there's already synergy for Red Eyes bosses, so it's not necessary to do as just defeat the Red Eyes Ashina Elite. And there's the slight coolness of you can set it to night without setting it to evening, and then both Ashina Elites exist in the same place, and you could kill them back to back. Like the Red Eyes, I like to see people do the reaction time minigame that FromSoft intended. Yep. I mean, you generally do it on both. And then it's funny when you intentionally don't do it by saying no deflections on either one. I guess I'll keep it. I'll keep it starred, but I'll keep it. Acquire the Fountainhead Sake from the group of Okami. It's technically not from the group, but it's from the one on the stage, but I think that one worked. I think that one worked. I think that one worked. I'm not going to star it. A square that says defeat both 7 Ashina Spears without Mikiri. Is that silly? It's pretty silly. It's very easy to do as well. They're very cheesable. It also, I don't want ones that are, like, you have to go into night that much. If I can avoid it. Eaten by the Great Serpent. Gets a little bit of a star because it's once again a go to multiple places. Go to Senpo and towards Monkey. But I do think it worked. I think it worked. I think it's fine, but it's a star. Defeat Okami leader Shizu, a rushable one that's in Fountainhead. I mean, yeah, because technically you can get to Shizu without swimming. Now, would you actually do that on a board? Unlikely, but technically you could. It is a technically rushable one in Fountainhead, as long as you can get through True Corrupted Monk. So I like that one. Unless we want to have some sort of restriction on it. Defeat Okami leader Shizu by doing something, but Defeat a boss after resurrecting 3 times. Didn't get to test that one today, but that one's pretty neat. Fit 5 Shinobi prosthetics. Honestly, 5 was like a very reasonable number. I think that one stays. So of the square with Juzo and Blue has to survive, that one seemed fun. Yeah, it should be on here somewhere. There it is. This one right here. Bulging coin purse from the 2 Harada Spearmen. I didn't really get to test that in, like, the context of a full run, but honestly, I feel like that one's fine. It's, like, rushable-ish, but it does... It would be a hard one to rush. Like, you'd want me carry counter, but you could do it without. I think I like that one. It's an interesting fight, too. Yeah. Buff your blade with the 2 unique lizard bestowals. Honestly, I kind of don't like this one. It's unique. It's interesting, but bestowal being from Dual Ape, from Headless Ape, it's like so much effort to get it. Like, having the option to rush it or having to wait for Mikiri is a nice decision to make. Yeah. Like, if Bestowal wasn't so late, I think just like, oh, go to Fountainhead and go to any other regular lizard and, like, get the 2 Bestowals is neat. But having to do it after Double Ape is, like, feels so weird. Kill a boss with Bestowal. I mean, I like the lizards better than just using Bestowal. It's just like, do I like Bestowal at all? Do I like Bestowal at all? And even if I do, is it too much for 2 lizards? It just feels like a lot. Like, I either want to change it to one lizard bestowal or just get rid of it, I think, is what I want. I don't want just use bestowal. Like, it has kind of the same problem. It could be one lizard. It could be either unique lizard bestowal, or it could be specifically the white ones in Fountainhead, but maybe there's already enough reason to go to Fountainhead specifically that it's not necessary. Yeah, I think I'm just going to change it. I think I'm just going to change it to either unique lizard bestowal. Like, oh, it's so easy to get to, though, if you... Is it, though? Yeah. I like the 2, though. I like the 2. Nah, I'm going to leave it for now. It's probably fine. It's kind of a late-game square that doesn't feel like the other late-game squares where you need to go to nighttime or evening. So, frick it. I'm just going to leave it. It's not that bad. Defeat both Snake Eyes. I like Snake Eyes being both, unlike Long Arm Centipede, because, well, yeah. Because it feels like, do I? Wouldn't either make more sense? You have some later squares, though. Defeat PCR type square. Yeah, for sure. Square also depends on how long do you want matches to be. Sekiro is not a particularly long game. Right. I think it's fine as is. Yeah, I think one Centipede feels like the right number, and both Snake Eyes feels like the right number. Snake Eyes feels like it has so many other reasons to rush it, whereas Long Arm Centipede, if you wanted to rush it, is a little bit out of your way. Yeah, so I think both Snake Eyes is correct. I think both Snake Eyes is correct. An enemy while enfeebled, this one's funny. But it also sucks, because you can kind of get randomly seen. But it is really funny. But it also kind of... I'm not going to give it the green, but I think it stays. Defeat both Snake Eyes with at least one kanji deflect. Nah. It is funny. Acquire the prayer bead from the tower with Tengu after Gyobu. Feels like maybe too much reason to go to Gyobu, but... if there is multiple reasons to go to Gyobu, it's not the worst thing. If we have the mod where you don't have to go to Gyobu every single time, I think it's a great square. It's just right now you like have to go to Gyobu every single time. You have to talk to Tengu every single time. So this is just like too free and too much reason that everyone goes to Gyobu at the start. But if we get the mod where there's no reason you have to go to Gyobu unless there's a square for it, then I think it's about right. The Mushin esoteric text. Honestly, we tested it and like it's not too many skill points. It feels basically like a square that reads acquire a certain number of skill points, but in a more interesting way. So I like it. Idle out of Guardian Ape between the first and second phase. All right, discuss. This one needs discussion because reading it sounds lame. When pitched it sounds funny. Oh, we beat Guardian Ape, guys. That was the one and only phase of Guardian Ape. Let me idle out. Performing it in a run, it was not that annoying to do. It didn't lose you like that much time. I was pretty fine with doing it, but it's like an inside joke that if not everyone gets, it's like the weirdest square that doesn't make any sense and feels completely out of place. So, do we like the inside joke, or do we think, nah, people aren't gonna get it? Take it out. When it comes to defeating Demon of Hatred, is the him jumping out of bounds allowed? No, obviously not. No insta-kills. No glitches, no, like, yeah, that obviously wouldn't make any sense. It's something that has happened to people casually. It's funny and not too bad, I guess. Yeah, it's not too bad to do. Like, that's the main thing. If it was really annoying, I'd be like, okay, we're gonna have a joke for something that's really annoying. Like, honestly, it's not. And there's oftentimes boards where you don't actually need to kill Guardian Ape. And so idling out after phase 1, having a boss just be shorter than it normally is to get the square for it is kind of neat. Whereas if you do need to kill him, it's now longer instead because you have to idle out and then kill him a second time. It is something you could lock yourself out of. But I don't know. I think it's kind of funny. Want to have food, but I don't want to get up. Unfortunate. I feel like everyone who watches Sekiro Bingo would be in on that joke, though. Okay. We'll keep it for now. Defeat Demon of Hatred. It gets a star just because it's, like, I think it's by far the latest thing on the board. So if we're worried about, like, board's possibly going too long, or, oh, it's the only thing on the board that's at night, so nobody would ever do it. If it becomes one of those just, like, this is so late that it ruins the pacing of the board, then that's something to keep in mind. But otherwise, I think it's fine. Like the square? Yeah, keep it. Okay, cool. Orin of the Water. Good square. You're boring standard, but good square. Defeat Shigekichi after removing his armor. I like that one. It's easy to get the spear early. And then it's basically just another late game square about killing a unique enemy. Have you had any square combinations that have been, for lack of a better word, incompatible? No, we specifically took out some that were. But I know exactly what you mean. We took out... There was some quests that you can't complete simultaneously that we had in there. And yeah, we just took those out. It was just like... The quests themselves sucked to do anyway, so I was very happy to take them out. Both Serpent Viscera, I think is pretty good. If you get the one Viscera from the snake that eats you, the second Viscera is just, like, right there anyway, so it's not, like, way out of your way, but I think it's fine. What is that board? This is every square that we've made that we're looking at simultaneously. I am overwhelmed, yeah. Locking yourself out of something feels real bad. The Moog square with the kill 3 NPC square was brutal sometimes. Kill Vareg just because he's there, lol, and forget. Yeah. Yeah. So we try to, yeah, keep yourself from locking yourself out of things unless you're doing it, like, very specifically. That's another reason why I want to be able to give the Father Owl the Father's Bell Charm, is so that you can't lock yourself out of it. Because that is the main thing in the game that you can lock yourself out of. Demon of Hatred can be tricky. I see it being cool in races as the last square, but also being tedious if you have a quick board and suddenly it's just 30 minutes of prepping for Demon. Right, right. That's the concern. We haven't seen that in a board yet, so it might get changed in the future, but it has yet to currently be a problem, so I think it stays for now. I think it stays for now. Honestly, and maybe the solution to that is find more late game squares to add in, right? Find more stuff that requires, you know, more late-ish things so that Demon of Hatred doesn't feel so out of the way. Who knows? Maybe. Just came in. Is there a square for drinking with Ishin? There are 2 different squares about drinking. Not with Ishin specifically, but with any NPC. One of them is this one. Acquire all 3 of 1 alcohol. And the other, give 4 different alcohols to 1 NPC, which might often be Ishin. Can't wait to make a bet with Mitch when I can change my name. Yep. For me, it feels like the Concert Radon Square in Elden Ring Bingo. Yeah, yeah. Which isn't my favorite square in Elden Ring Bingo, but it's fine that it exists. So, or maybe it also feels like the Bale Square, because Demon of Hatred, I guess, feels mostly like Bale. Or maybe it feels like the Metter Mother of Fingers Square. And, like, none of those are, like, bad squares. It's just that it feels like Demon of Hatred is the one of those, whereas in Elden Ring Bingo, you have, like, 3 or 4 of those. So, yeah. The O7 is your brand, and the pink color. Okay, anyway, both Serpent Viscera, all 3 of 1 alcohol. I like that one. Defeat a boss monk arts only was pretty nice, honestly. It was annoying because I chose a weird boss for it, but honestly, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. I should have saved the easier general for it instead of doing the general that's surrounded by other enemies. But yeah, it was pretty nice. My brand is Blink. Bull Primate and Ogre. I think that one's pretty funny. Great Carp Attendant. We've tested that one. That one's pretty good. Boss After Mikiri, Sweep Stomp, and Lightning Reversal. I really like that one. I know it effectively just reads Defeat Genichiro after you have Mikiri counter. But, like, I like it. I like it. It's fun. Bite Down Hidden Tooth with 5,000 Sen and fully die. That's a good one. Another money one. Effectively, it costs you 2,500, whereas some of the others can cost you even more than that. Was hoping for a Lightning Reversal square. Yep. A Mikiri, Sweep Stomp, and Lightning Reversal. You can also do that on Sword Saint Ishin, but, you know, it would be strange for that board to still, or for that square to still be on the board when you get there. Defeat Armored Warrior after using firecrackers on him. That one's kind of funny. In a tragic way. Red Eyes enemy while having red eyes. I liked that one. I liked that one. I thought that one was good. Defeat a white monkey without stealth death blow. That one's funny. And we basically have the other equivalent of, like, the really hard random enemy of the Bulging Coin Purse from the 3 spinny guys. Because killing 1 spinny guy, you just deathblow them from behind. Killing 2, you can use stealth. But killing all 3, you pretty much have to fight one. So either way, like, you're fighting something, which is neat. Giving the drinks to Ishin is way better than non-specified. He is the GOAT. I expect a lot of people would give them to Ishin anyway, but I like it being about the alcohol gathering rather than who you give it to. So that one's pretty fun. Lady Butterfly after using a snap seed on her illusions. We didn't really get to test out yet. I don't know if that's interesting at all as opposed to just defeat Lady Butterfly. Which ones are the spinny enemies? The Straw Hat guys. I could change it to from the 3 straw hats by the monkeys. That probably makes more sense than spinny guys. Do they have an official name? They probably do. Nasty Twin Bladers. Nobody's gonna know the official name. Yeah. Spear Adepts, according to Fextra. They don't even have a spear, though. They've got, like, a dual-headed something, right? Is that a spear? I don't think that's a spear. 3 rotating walls floors was a good one. We like that one. It seemed the right number. Ceremonial Tonto was good. Floating Passage text was good. 2 ogres. It doesn't say 2 ogre bosses. So technically you could do a random ogre when it's nighttime. But what if instead of 2 ogres, it's 2 red eyes bosses? There's already 2 other squares about Red Eyes bosses. So maybe that's too much about Red Eyes, but ogres and the one Ashina Elite, I think, are the only Red Eyes bosses in the game, right? There's only 3? But, like, giving at least some slight... You can mix it up a little... Maybe feels good? I don't know. It's just that, like, 1 ogre is not a lot. But maybe that's fine. You could have a rush square defeat 1 ogre. Like, that's fine. I wouldn't hate that as a square. But 2 having to do, like, the one early and the one at night, they're just, like, so separated in time from each other, from when you can do one to when you can do the other. It just feels weird. It doesn't feel like one that you can just go, oh, I'm going to go do 2 ogres now. First I'm going to go to this ogre, then I'm going to go to this ogre. It's just like, there's one that happens, like, really, really early, and the one that happens, like, really, really late. Same as both Ashina Elites. But I feel like both Ashina Elites has even, like, a little more justification. Whereas 2 ogres just feels like it's just forever. But then if it's just 1 ogre, then it's like... It's super rushable, has a ton of synergy with everything about Red Eyes, has a ton of synergy with the Ogre, Bull, and Primate boss square. Like, it just feels too free. So, I don't know. Does the rotating wall and castle and the one at home count as 2 different ones? No, that is the same rotating wall. 1.5 ogres would be the perfect number, but I don't think we get there. What if we allow the carp attendant? What if we allow the carp attendant? Then it actually feels kind of fine. You can do the ogre at the start, and you can do the carp attendant. So it makes it a nice snipeable, though. Not really? Like, if you've just done the one ogre at the start of the game and you did it 30 minutes ago, and then somebody gets the other ogre 30 minutes later, it doesn't really feel like you were sniped. It's just like, oh, they got to a late game square before me. Whereas, if it allows the carp attendant, then you could do it much sooner. You could do the ogre at the start, and then you could do the carp attendant. But the carp attendant is still kind of out of your way. If you wanted to be the most along your path that you could do, you would do the one at the start, and you would do the one at night, because setting it to night is something that you probably already want to do, whereas the great carp attendant is a little more out of the way, and you can't really get a stealth death blow on him as easily. Never thought creating a bingo game was this complicated. Only if you want to make it really as best you can. Does killing Carp Guy lock you out of anything? Not on this board. But if you completed his quest, you could get a Divine Grass. So it might make it a little harder to get the Divine Grass, but there's plenty of other ones anyway. Isn't there a non-boss ogre on the way to Demon of Hatred? There is, but you still have to set it to night for that, so it doesn't feel meaningfully different from the night ogre. You know? Like, it is a different ogre. If there was another different ogre that was not at night, then I think it would be better, but... Through crafting is fun, and we don't get to do it enough for Sekiro, yeah. Getting this game for your birthday, and then you'll slightly understand this discussion. Nice. Unfortunately, there's no bow in this game for you, Chip, so... I could also just get rid of the square. There's already a lot of synergy for ogres. I could just straight remove it. There's already Red Eyes stuff. There's already a Bull, Primate, and Ogre boss. Defeat the Ogre and then do the Ogre skip. Yeah, maybe... I was thinking, like, maybe if it was, like, grab the Divine Grass over by the Ogre skip place, but... That's kind of lame. Even though it would, like, require you to defeat the Ogre to get there, it's just, like... Eh. And you do the Ogre in so many ways anyway. If I think about this as just, this is a late game square that effectively reads, defeat the Ogre at night. Am I okay with that as a square? Honestly, yeah. Like, that's fine. Defeat the Night Ogre as a square is fine. So maybe I just change it to that. It just feels so out of place to be defeat 2 ogres when the 2 ogres are so separate. One is rushable and one is like the latest thing in the game. But just having it be, here is a night boss, go kill this boss that only appears at night, I think is fine. So maybe I just change it to that. Defeat the Night Ogre. Let's just try that. Call that changed. More options sounds fun. I like the carp attendant idea. The only thing is we also have this, just defeat the Great Carp Attendant as its own square. So it feels like too much ogre on here, if so. I asked ChatGPT and it generated lose your mortal blade. Lose your mortal blade. Well, that's not possible. Fall off a cliff. That's boring. Find a sculptor idol. 1. Get caught by surprise by an enemy. What does that mean? Die to a mini boss. Oh, missed that one. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, we could change it, but I think just having them separate, I think is fine. Defeat the Great Carp Attendant as its own square and defeat the Night Ogre as its own square. I think is fine. Gives us 2 squares on our list instead of just the 1. I think it's fine. All 4 balloon effects active at the same time. That was a good square. I like that one.
Asno redeemed a coin flip and chooses heads.
Disallow them from appearing on same board if that's the desired effect with Jason Tick. Yeah, you could. It's just... ChatGPT making first playthrough bingo squares, yeah. Time to grab VIP. Good luck. You got this, surely. Except that you voted for heads and it's always tails, so you probably don't got this, but... With such great ideas, AI will replace us all by the end of the month, surely. Use the Hidden Tooth is a great one. It's due the quest for I'll think of his name in a second. But do his quest, which is pretty fun. Eavesdrop 3 times. We actually said let's change that to 5 times. Is it a drastic change? Yeah. But I think Eavesdrop needs to be way more. You can still rush it so much. Like, there are so many places to eavesdrop. But I think 5 will feel a lot better than... I think 3 was just, like, so quick. It's like, oh, as I'm going through the tutorial, I eavesdrop here. I get out, I go to Ashina Castle. I immediately eavesdrop on the bridge. And then I go to, like, one more eavesdrop anywhere, and it's just done. And it was, like... It was so quick that it was like, oh, that's just it? Is the balloon effect phrase so you could technically use the Black Hat Badger quest reward? Yes, it is. You could use the Black Hat Badger quest reward. That would not be the fastest way to do it, but it is phrased that way, yes. On purpose for that. Should you add unique there? To which one? Oh, to the eavesdrops? I mean... I guess. Well, anybody who doesn't understand that that's at separate locations would be silly. Eavesdrop at 5 separate locations. There. Or maybe eavesdrop on 5 separate conversations. I actually like that wording, I think. On 5 separate conversations. Is separate in... Hold on, I need to type it in chat to see how it looks. Separate. That is how I spelled it. I got it right on accident. Hooray. There's a square for defeating the hardest enemy, monkey with swords. Yes, there is. So that one's changed. Among some of the players, you may get cough, Chris cough. It's less that they wouldn't understand the square naturally, and more they'd want to go out of their way to not understand the square. Yeah, alright. Three bosses with a centipede in their name or body is funny. I like that one. So it's True Monk, both apes, both long-armed centipedes. Is that all? That might be all, but that's still like the correct number for 3 of them. Because if it's 2, it's just, oh, do the 2 long-armed centipedes. This being 1 more, I think, is about the right number. Defeat a Red Eyes boss after setting them on fire is pretty fun. I wish there were more Red Eyes enemies, because I have these 2. Defeat a Red Eyes enemies while having Red Eyes, and defeat a Red... Oh, it says enemy, though! And defeat a Red Eyes boss after setting them on fire. Should they both be enemies? Because you can't set the fish on fire because it's underwater. So this one has like the backup. You could do the Red Eyes, set it on fire for Ogre, and then, oh, but I didn't have the red lump yet. You can use the red lump on the fish in Mibu as long as you can dive. That's why we changed it. I like this. I like this now. Yes. If they have a centipede in their name and body, do they count as 2? Is there a boss that has a centipede in their name and body? Because I don't think that's the case. Tails. I told you it would be Tails, unfortunately. Tails never fails. You're asking the right person. I mean... the answer is no, but also I was using the programming or... So, if it's in their name or if it's in their body, then it counts. But if it's both, that doesn't count for 2. That's not the way OR works in programming. Defeat a Red Eyes boss after setting them on fire. We liked.
For a week. 07 in the chat.
Rip. Perform an anti-air death blow is fun. We like that one. We said, get rid of the boss after 6 Mikiri counters. It's unfortunate, but it's too... It's too, like, obvious that you just do that on Genichiro. Do I want it? Because, like, you can... It doesn't have to be Genichiro. You can do it on like a 7 spears or a it's just like so much of the time it will be done on Genichiro. Maybe we bring it back. Maybe we don't delete it. As long as we get rid of defeat Genichiro at Ashina Castle, maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. You mean Geni Phase 3? Well, I just mean in general. Like, you have to defeat Genichiro in order to progress the story of the game. So, Genichiro is like a mandatory boss to do, and he's very Mikiri counterable if you fight him normally, and he's a long fight normally, so you get a lot of Mikiri counter opportunities normally, and so it happens so naturally on Genichiro that it feels maybe what if, and we might hate this, what if instead it is defeat a boss, I'll say a bad wording of it and then we could fix the wording, where you have to perform a Mikiri death blow either twice or on each of their phases. Because Mikiri has a specific different animation for the death blow. Now, the reason that that might be more interesting is because now all of a sudden, oh, instead of a certain number of Mikiri counters where Geni is the best one because he's the longest fight, so you're going to get more Mikiri counters, by just having it on the death blow, it's like, oh, if I went straight to Harada and went to Shinobi Hunter, you perform one Mikiri counter and he's death blowable. Like, bam, there it is. You go to 7 Spears, perform, you know, you're going to get a ton of Mikiri counters and, like, just have one of them be for the death blow. But the reason that it would suck as a square is because it's so random. And you just sit there, and he's at, like, a basically full posture, but now you can't deflect anymore. Otherwise, it'll break his posture. And you have to just wait for a thrust attack. And that might be super annoying. So it might just be too annoying of a square at that point. It gives more freedom to do different bosses, but it might just be super annoying. Random is good too sometimes. I don't think it is for a bingo square. This isn't a randomizer. It's a bingo where, like, the best player, in theory, should win. Stealth kill every enemy in area without alerting anyone. We thought about that. We couldn't find an area that it sounded fun for. Jump on their head, death blow is cool too. That's true. And there are a lot of bosses that you can, after depleting their posture, then jump on their head and get it. I don't know about that one. Maybe. Roguelike bingo, yeah. Like, people hate, or players, maybe audience likes it, players hate the Renala make sure she gets all 4 different summons off square. Players hate that one, because you just are sitting around with no agency, hoping she does the right thing. Like, and so this would kind of be the same thing. I think it would be a bad square if it was worded that way. What if it is defeat 2 bosses after Mikiri countering them? So you just have to find any 2 bosses that can be Mikiri countered and Mikiri counter them at least once each? Do we like something like that better? Where one of them is likely going to be Genichiro, because you need to do him anyway, unless you have rushed him for some reason. And there are plenty of others that are very possible to do it on. That seems just like kill 2 bosses? Not really. You can't Mikiri counter most bosses. Players hate it because they've not discovered the AI manipulation yet, assuming one exists. Yeah. Yeah, monks can. Obviously, 7 spears can. Obviously, Shinobi Hunter can. Genichiro can. Ishin can. Emma can if you got all the way there. Owls can. But what cannot... Ogre can't. Yobu can't. Generals can't. I don't think generals have any thrusting attacks. They've only got sweeps. Ashina Elite. Pretty sure can't. Lone Shadow can. His kick. Apes can't. Yeah. Bulls can't. Like, it's kind of a 50-50. What's the guy at the very first spawn point called? The leader, Shigenori Yamauchi? That guy? And, like, the fact that you don't start with a Mikiri counter. I think maybe that one works. I'm gonna change it, and we'll see if we like it. Defeat 2 bosses after Mikiri countering them. Okay, so we change that, and we say it is no longer in the we hate it category. You can Mikiri him, I think? You cannot. You cannot Mikiri him. Maybe you can in New Game Plus. Maybe he gets a different moveset in New Game Plus. It would be impossible for you to Mikiri counter him when you don't have Mikiri counter yet. Or if you mean Genichiro in the field, he is Mikiri counterable, but only in New Game Plus. If it's 50-50, then killing 2 bosses after Mikiri is kind of kill 3 bosses, I feel. Yeah, kind of. It's just like 2 specific bosses. Semi-specific, not like ultra-specific. Do you want it to be 3? Kill 3 bosses after Mikiri countering them? You can't Mikiri counter. You cannot. Let me like say that clearly. You cannot Mikiri counter Snake Eyes either. Like, I think it's less than 50-50. I think it's like 30 to 40% of bosses can be Mikiri countered. But like the fact that you have to go choose bosses that can be Mikiri countered and specifically Mikiri counter them, I feel like is fine. Like, right, there's a square for kill a 7 spears, right? And so like having some synergy of like, oh, he'll be one of mine that I can Mikiri counter, I feel like is mostly fine. I think. I mean, maybe 2 is still too few. Maybe it should be 3, but... Would you make a square about killing Hanbei the Immortal? After all, it's aligned with the story. It's right here. Use the Hidden Tooth. How do you get that? By killing Hanbei. He was the one whose name I couldn't think of just a little earlier. Defeat an ape after pulling out its centipede with the spear is fun. Engage the Juzo counter by talking to Blue is fun. 3 lone shadows in boss encounters. I worded that specifically so that it was not bosses specifically. Is kind of cool. Where 3 sounds like a lot, but then you realize there's a duo Lone Shadow encounter. There's Lone Shadow next to a drunkard that would count as a boss. And there are already like 5 Lone Shadow bosses in the game. So like 3 of them doesn't sound that many, especially if you can do a duo and turn it into just 2 Lone Shadow bosses. You only get the tooth after obtaining the Mortal Blade. Yes, correct. Centipedes can't. Drunkards, I think not. Drunkards cannot as well. Miss Noble, no. That's a good point. Orin can't. I don't think Orin can. She's got a sweep, but I don't think, and a grab, but I don't think Orin can be Mikiri'd. Yeah, I think it's like 30% of the bosses in the game, I think, can be Mikiri countered. It's actually not as many as you'd think. Does die to Miss Noble mean fully die or just one life? Just one life. It's just for the meme. It's not a full time waster. It's just a meme as you go through. Yeah. Okay. Seems pretty good. Wasn't there another one that I was gonna reword it to say bosses? Oh, generals or leaders. Let me change that right now. Find defeat 3 general or leader. I'll just say bosses. It doesn't need to say mini bosses. And I'll put general or leader in quotation marks, which hopefully will not confuse the formatting of the JSON. Actually, I think it will. Will it? I think it will. So I'll just say general or leader bosses. How many deflect 5 thrust attacks without Mikiri counter? Actually, do I want it to be bosses only? I do, because otherwise there's just random enemies. Maybe generals or leaders in boss encounters. Like I have for Lone Shadows. So that we would count the one that's with the 7 spears, but we would not count random enemies. Should what break the JSON parse? Doing additional additional quotation marks inside of the text of a square. You can just put a backslash before the quotation in JSON. Oh, I see. I think I'm okay with 3 generals or leaders in boss encounters. I think I'm fine with that. Do /JSON. Okay, cool. Okay. Well, that's all the squares. That's a solid list. We made some changes. I will officially get rid of defeat Genichiro in Ashina Castle. There's just too much going on with him. I will officially get rid of prosthetic upgrades, which actually I already did. And I shall save the JSON. Solid board. Are we now under 100? We might now be under 100 squares. Let me see if we are. Stop the match. Randomize new board. Start the match. Wonder how many of the squares incentivize getting Mortal Blade. Technically every square, because it just makes bosses faster, but... Okay, we still have 100. Do we have exactly 100? Wait, line 105. -4. We have 101 now. Because I added one more. And we got rid of 2. Yeah. And the new one that we added is probably like the worst one on the board, but I wanted to at least try it and see how terrible it is, which was a lone shadow after whistling at the same time. Which sounded kind of funny, but not overly funny. And at the same time, nah, I think I just hate it. Never mind, I'm just taking it out. We'll be at exactly 100. Seems solid enough. Yeah. The one that replaced defeating 5 of his dogs. We never had defeat 5 of his dogs. So we never had anything about that lone shadow. We still could look for one more possible thing. Wait, this says spinny guys still. This is the wrong... Oh, I changed the other one. Oops. There we go. Upload this one. Stop the match. Randomize new board. Start the match. This is our new one. 100 exact sounds epic. Or you can go for the memes and say this is Sekiro Bingo 101. Yeah, again, the 5 dogs is just like, I feel like it's a little weird. Okay, what if, and I'm just spitballing ideas. What if it's like defeat a lone shadow while, you know, while a dog is alive, kind of a thing. Or while 2 dogs are alive, or something like that, where it's like, but then it's like get him low, wait for him to summon the dog, then immediately kill him. I don't think it's that interesting. Yeah, I think it's kind of bad. So I think this is now every single square that we have in our newest form. And it's exactly 100, which is perfect. Yeah. Seems good. Okay. Defeat the Night Ogre, right? That's a changed one. How many squares are there for normal Elden Ring bingo? I think they have like 125. So they're a little more. We would love to think of some more, but just ones that we really like. And like we could create some more, you know, diversity by making a lot of these that have numbers into them into X ones, where it could be, you know, 1, 2, or 3, and like things like that, and that technically gets you a lot of more possibilities, but you still end up seeing generally the same like thing. That's kind of low compared to how big Elden Ring is. Yeah? The bingoing. Well, I mean, that's per, though. It's like 125 base game and 125 DLC. So, like, I guess if you were to count it as, like, the whole game, it's like 250. But change defeat both bulls to just the Sakura Bull. Similar logic to the 2 ogres. No, because you could rush them both. You can rush both Sakura Bulls, or both bulls, because neither of them is locked behind anything, because you can go straight to Fountainhead Palace. The only reason I didn't like the 2 ogres is because you have to set it to night to get to the second ogre. If you can go to both right away, then I think it's generally fine. The only one that I didn't really like the you can go to both right away was Centipede, because I liked that better as a potential rush, because either one that you're going to feels out of the way enough. Whereas something like an ogre, or sorry, something like a bull, technically it's out of the way because it's only after Gyobu, but like it still feels like on the way enough. Whereas doing both of them feels like it makes sense. On the left is someone to test this with. True. I think that while the XLU squares are cool, it makes total sense, as you said yesterday, to test a simplified board first. Yeah, totally. Okay, I think that's it. So, if anybody wants to think of new squares and put them in the Discord, the bingo spot, the main things that we're looking for bingo squares, I think we want more late game squares. We're also fine with more rushable if you come up with something cool that's rushable. But I think we want more late-ish game squares. We want something for Harada 2. We want stuff that... stuff that incentivizes... I don't know, something cool. Something that has, like, a good reason to exist, as opposed to just, like... oh, fall and die. It's like, okay, but why? What is cool about falling and dying? But yeah, open to more suggestions. I think we shall then, I think, call it here for the night. It was a great testing, great squares making. Anytime that we're doing all this stuff with, like, making squares, I get so much tired so much quicker because I'm thinking the whole time. It's like brain on, cannot turn brain off. You'd think that'd be the case for speedruns too, but speedruns are a little bit of brain off sometimes. Because, like, you get to the running section where you're like, oh, I just press forward. Bestowal, anything in there? We have a bestowal. Get the 2 unique lizard bestowals. Which I don't love, but it's a late game square. It's like, I think it's fine. Lizard bestowal was in there, yeah. Let's raid Josh! Who's playing Dark Souls 3. He randomized all 3 Souls games together. Item, enemy, trilogy, multi-world randomizer. Wait, multi-world? That's what I want to do. Except I want to add in Sekiro and Elden Ring when they get added. I guess you can do it with the 3 main ones right now. That's awesome. Archipelago with himself. Yeah, that sounds super fun. All right. So, cool. With that, yeah. Thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening. Wherever in the world you all happen to be. And I will see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.